Amid countless worlds that seem like pure fiction, lie battles, sacrifices, and secrets that have never been told. Every story is a war between destiny and choice. If you're ready to uncover heroes, villains, and the forgotten souls lost in between, then step into the world of Comic Recap, where every tale is a battle for survival.
The roots of the Stormcloak rebellion lie not in sudden insurrection, but in a complex tapestry of personal betrayal, cultural identity, and political opportunism that unfolded over decades. At the center of this web stands Ulfri Stormcloak, a man whose journey from Imperial soldier to rebel leader embodies the very contradictions that would eventually tear Skyrim apart. Born to the YL of Windhelm, Ulfri was groomed from childhood for leadership. His early years gave little indication of the revolutionary he would become. Like many Nord sons of privilege, he was sent to High Hrothgar as a young man to study with the Greybeards, the ancient order of monks who dedicate their lives to the way of the voice. Under the tutelage of Arnair and the other masters, Ulfri demonstrated exceptional aptitude for the thumb, the ancient Nordic art of shouting that harnesses the power of dragon language to create magical effects. The graveyard saw in him great potential, perhaps even a future leader of their order. However, Ulfri's studies were abruptly interrupted by the outbreak of the Great War in 4E71. News of the Almeri Dominion's surprise attack on Imperial territories stirred something in the young Nord. Whether motivated by patriotism, a desire for glory, or simply the martial spirit that runs deep in Nordic culture, Ulfric abandoned his training and descended from High Hrothgar to enlist in the Imperial Legion. His time in the Legion proved formative. Ulfri served with distinction, rising through the ranks and participating in several key engagements against Dominion forces. Fellow soldiers described him as disciplined, charismatic, and utterly committed to the Imperial cause. He believed, as did many Nords at the time, that the Empire represented the best hope for maintaining peace and prosperity across Tamriel. In battle, Ulfric occasionally employed the voice techniques he had learned from the Greybeards, though such use violated their pacifistic teachings that the voice should only be used for the glory of the gods, not for warfare. The turning point came during a skirmish near the Gerald Mountains. Ulfri's unit was ambushed by Thalmor battle mages and Justicars. In the ensuing chaos, Ulfric was captured and transported to a Dominion interrogation facility. What transpired during his imprisonment would forever alter his perspective on the Empire and plant the seeds of rebellion that would later blossom into the Stormcloak movement. Ellen, a high-ranking Thalmor operative who would later become ambassador to Skyrim, personally oversaw Ulfri's interrogation. The methods employed were brutal and sophisticated. Physical torture was combined with magical manipulation, sleep deprivation, and psychological warfare. Thalmor documents recovered years later revealed that Ulfric was subjected to particularly cruel treatment due to his potential value as an intelligence asset. The Thalmor recognized his connection to Skyrim's ruling class and his training with the graveyards as factors that made him worth breaking. Eventually, Ulfri's resistance crumbled. Under extreme duress, he provided information that allegedly led to the fall of the Imperial city in 4E74. Though the exact nature and significance of this intelligence remains disputed among historians, the psychological impact of this perceived betrayal would haunt Ulfric for decades. manifesting as an overcompensating nationalism and deep-seated hatred of the Thalmor that bordered on obsession. When Emperor Titus Me-Too recaptured the Imperial city in the Battle of the Red Ring in late 4 E74, Ulfri and other prisoners were liberated, but freedom brought little comfort. Physically weakened and psychologically scarred, he returned to Skyrim only to find his homeland on the verge of dramatic change. The Great War officially ended with the signing of the White Gold Concordat in 4 E75. This treaty, hastily negotiated by an empire desperate to regroup after devastating losses, included provisions that struck at the heart of Nord identity. Most significantly, it outlawed the worship of Talos, the apothecized form of Tyr Septim, founder of the Third Empire, and a figure revered by Nords as the ultimate example of human ascension to godhood. For Nords, Talos worship was not merely religious practice, but a fundamental aspect of cultural identity. Talos represented everything they aspired to: strength, leadership, conquest, and the divine validation of Nordic values. The ban on his worship was perceived not as a diplomatic concession, but as a direct attack on Nordic heritage. Shrines were dismantled, priests were arrested, and Thalmor Justicars were granted authority to enforce compliance throughout Imperial territories, including Skyrim. The Empire's willingness to sacrifice Talos' worship for peace struck Ulfric as the ultimate betrayal. Having suffered under Thalmor torture and witnessed the Empire's military capability firsthand, he believed the Concordat represented not necessary compromise, but cowardice. In private correspondence with other disaffected Nords, Ulfri began articulating a view that would become central to Stormcloak ideology. The Empire had lost its way, abandoning the very principles upon which it was founded. High King Tori's father, Islad, who ruled Skyrim during this period, reluctantly accepted the terms of the Concordat while privately allowing Talos' worship to continue in many parts of the province. This look the other way approach temporarily prevented open conflict, but created a precarious situation where Nord religious practices existed in a state of semi-legitimacy, always vulnerable to Thalmor intervention. It was against this backdrop of simmering religious tension that the Mararth incident occurred in 4 E76, an event that would transform Ulfri from discontented veteran to revolutionary leader. During the chaos of the Great War, the Reach, Skyrim's westernmost hold, had fallen to an uprising of the native Reachmen, who established an independent kingdom they called the Reach. For 2 years, this entity, later maligned as the Forsworn Rebellion, maintained control of the region, including the strategic city of Markarth. Jarlir of Mararth, exiled during the uprising, approached Ulfri with a proposition. If Ulfri could reclaim the city using his militia of Nord veterans, the Jarl would ensure free and open Talos worship in the Reach, regardless of the Concordat's prohibitions. For Ulfric, this represented both opportunity and vindication, a chance to strike a blow for Nord religious freedom, while demonstrating the inadequacy of Imperial protection. Ulfri assembled a force comprised primarily of Great War veterans who shared his disillusionment with the Empire. Their assault on Mararth was swift and merciless. The militia employed conventional warfare tactics learned in Imperial service, supplemented by Ulfri's occasional use of the thumb to devastating effect. Reachman defenders armed primarily with crude weapons and hedge magic were overwhelmed. Those who survived the initial assault were given a stark choice: flee or face execution. Many chose the former, retreating into the hills to form the core of what would become the modern Forsworn movement. The recapture of Mararth was marked by atrocities that would later be cited by Imperial sympathizers as evidence of Stormcloak brutality. Numerous civilian casualties were reported, and survivors described indiscriminate violence against anyone suspected of collaborating with the Reachman government. Ulfrich himself allegedly executed King Madnak, the Reachman leader, though some accounts suggest Madnak escaped imprisonment and continues to direct Forsworn activities from hiding. With Mararth secured, Jarlir fulfilled his promise, allowing open Telos worship to resume in the city. Ulfri's militia established a temple and shrine, and Nord citizens celebrated what they believed was a restoration of their religious rights. This victory proved short-lived, however, when word of the arrangement reached the embassy. Ambassador Alanwan, the same Altmer who had overseen Ulfri's torture years earlier, demanded the Empire enforce the terms of the White Gold Concordat. Faced with the threat of renewed hostilities with the Dominion, the Empire dispatched a legion contingent to Markarth, with orders to arrest Ulfrich and his supporters and reinstate the Talos ban. Jarl Ralder, caught between his promise to Ulfrich and his duty to the Empire, sided with Imperial authorities. Ulfric and his men were imprisoned, and the brief period of religious freedom in Mararth came to an abrupt end. For Ulfric, this second betrayal confirmed what his torture had suggested. The Empire could no longer be trusted to protect Nord interests. During his imprisonment, he composed letters to sympathetic Jarls and Tanes across Skyrim, articulating a vision of Nordic independence that would form the ideological foundation of the Stormcloak rebellion. He argued that the Empire's capitulation to Thalmor demands demonstrated its fundamental weakness, and that Skyrim would be better served by reclaiming its ancient sovereignty. Upon his release, Ulfric returned to Windhelm, where he succeeded his father as Jarl. From this position of authority, he began systematically building the infrastructure of resistance. Great War veterans were recruited into a formal military organization that would eventually become known as the Stormcloaks, named for Ulfri's family banner. Training camps were established in the wilderness surrounding Windhelm, and caches of weapons and supplies were hidden throughout eastern Skyrim. Publicly, Ulfrich maintained a posture of grudging loyalty to the Empire while privately preparing for conflict. In court and at moots, he became increasingly vocal about the Talos ban, positioning himself as the defender of Nord traditions against Imperial accommodation of Thalmor demands. This stance resonated with many
Nords, particularly in the eastern holds, where Imperial presence was weaker and traditional Nordic culture remained strongest. The Thalmor, for their part, recognized the threat Ulfric posed to stability in Skyrim. Internal documents later recovered from a Thalmor embassy revealed that they considered him an uncooperative asset, someone whose actions ultimately served Thalmor interests by weakening the Empire, but who could not be directly controlled. Some of these documents hint at continued psychological manipulation of Ulfri through planted agents and strategic information leaks, though the extent of such operations remains unclear. As tensions escalated in the years following the Mararth incident, Skyrim's political landscape increasingly polarized around the question of Imperial authority. Jarls and the courts were forced to declare allegiance either to the traditional Imperial system or to Ulfri's vision of an independent Skyrim. This division cut across long-standing relationships and even families, creating rifts that would prove difficult to heal even after the Civil War's conclusion. By 4E 201, the year that would see the return of dragons to Tamriel, Ulfri had transformed from disillusioned veteran to the central figure in a movement that threatened to tear Skyrim from the Empire. His journey from High Hrothgar to the Imperial Legion, from Thalmor prisoner to Jarl of Windhelm, had equipped him with a unique combination of skills, grievances, and connections that made him the perfect catalyst for rebellion. Whether his motivations were primarily patriotic, religious, or personally ambitious remains a subject of debate among scholars of the period. But the impact of his actions on Skyrim's history is undeniable. The tension that had been building throughout Skyrim for years finally reached its breaking point in the Palace of Kings in Solitude. High King Tori, who had succeeded his father Islad following Elder Monarch's death in 4E9, sat upon the throne of Skyrim as a young, relatively inexperienced ruler. Though Tori had been properly elected by the Moot, as Nordic tradition demanded, his youth and perceived Imperial sympathies made him target for those who sought change in Skyrim's governance. Tori was no stranger to Ulfri's growing rhetoric about independence. The The High King had heard the Jarl of Windhelm speak at several gatherings of nobles, where Ulfric increasingly pressed for a more assertive stance against the White Gold Concordat. Court records indicate that while Tori maintained public support for the Empire, he privately expressed admiration for Ulfric's passion and commitment to Nord traditions. Some accounts even suggest that Tori might have been sympathetic to the idea of greater autonomy for Skyrim, though not outright independence. On a cold morning in the early months of 4E 201, Ulfric Stormcloak arrived at the Blue Palace in Solitude with a small contingent of his personal guard. He requested an audience with High King Tori, which was granted immediately, courtesy extended to any Jarl of the Nine Holds. The court assembled, including Tori's wife, Elisifere, and his steward, Falk Firebeard, along with various things and quarters of Solitude. What transpired next would be recounted differently depending on political sympathies of the teller. According to witnesses who later sided with the Imperial faction, Ulfric entered the throne room and with minimal preamble challenged Tori to combat, declaring that Skyrim needed a High King who would fight for its independence. Before Tori could fully comprehend what was happening, Ulfric unleashed the power of the thumb. Specifically a shout that many witnesses described as overwhelming force that threw the High King across the room with Tori stunned and defenseless. Ulfric crossed the hall and ran him through with his sword. The entire confrontation lasted less than a minute, leaving the court in shocked silence as their king lay dead before them, his life's blood spreading across the stone floor of the palace. Stormcloak supporters held a different version of events. In their accounts, Ulfric entered the court and formally challenged Tori to an honorable duel in accordance with ancient Nordic tradition, the challenge that Tori accepted with full understanding of the stakes. They maintained that the use of the thumb was not dishonorable, but rather a demonstration of Ulfric's superior strength and skill, qualities that Nord culture has traditionally valued in seers. In this telling, Tori fell in fair combat, and Ulfric's claim to the throne was legitimized by his victory. What remains undisputed is that Ulfric used the voice against Tori. The thumb, tucked to him by graveyards of High Rothgar, was employed not for worship or contemplation as the graveyards intended, but as a weapon in political confrontation. This action horrified the Greyards, who viewed it as profound misuse of their teachings. Arnair, the spokesman for the Order, later commented that Ulfric's actions represented exactly why the voice had been restricted to peaceful purposes, following Rajan Windler's reforms thousands of years earlier. The debate over whether Ulfric's challenge constituted murder or legitimate combat reflects deeper divisions in Nord society about tradition and law. Ancient Nord custom did indeed allow for challenges to leadership through combat, a practice dating back to the early Martha era when Skyrim was divided into petty kingdoms ruled by warrior kings. However, by the 4th era, such customs had largely been supplanted by imperial law and the more formalized process of selection by the Moot. Zil Stentor, court wizard to the Blue Palace, later observed that regardless of the legality, the disparity in combat experience between Ulfri, a hardened war veteran trained in the voice, and Tori, a young nobleman with limited martial training, made the outcome a foregone conclusion. Tori had no chance, she noted to confidence. It was like watching a slaughterfish devour a minnow. In the immediate aftermath of Tori's death, chaos erupted in the Blue Palace. Guards rushed to apprehend Ulfric, but he and his men fought their way out of Solitude, leaving several palace guards dead or wounded. Ulfric's escape was well planned with horses waiting at the city gates and a route back to Eastmark that avoided
to capture Ulfri before his rebellion could gain further momentum. Imperial scouts tracked Ulfri's movements for weeks, waiting for an opportunity when he would be vulnerable. That opportunity came when intelligence indicated Ulfri would be traveling to Darkwater Crossing, a small mining settlement on the border between Eastark and the Rift. Imperial forces led by General Tullus himself set an ambush near Darkwater Crossing. The trap was sprung as Ulfric and a small group of his elite guards approached the settlement. Though the Stormcloaks fought fiercely, they were outnumbered and surrounded. Ulfric, recognizing the futility of resistance, ordered his men to lay down their arms, perhaps calculating that he was more valuable to his cause alive than dead in a meaningless skirmish. The captives were bound and loaded onto prison wagons for transport to Helgen, a small Imperial-controlled town near the Sirodo border. General Tullus decided against returning to Solitude with his high-value prisoner, fearing that Stormcloak sympathizers might attempt a rescue during the long journey. Helgen, with its Imperial garrison and relatively isolated location, seemed a safer venue for what was planned to be a swift execution. The wagon train departed Darkwater Crossing before dawn, taking Auditus route through the mountains to avoid potential Stormcloak interception. Along the way, Imperial soldiers apprehended several other individuals near the border, including a horse thief from Rorikstead and an unidentified traveler who had apparently wandered into the ambush while crossing from Sirod into Skyrim. As the wagons approached Helgen, General Tullus sent riders ahead to prepare for the executions. The headsman was summoned, a block was set up in the town square, and additional troops were positioned to maintain security. No formal trial was planned. Tullus had authority under Imperial martial law to summarily execute rebels caught in arms against the Empire. The wagons rolled into Helgen on a cool morning, greeted by a mixture of Imperial soldiers and curious locals who had heard rumors of important prisoners. Among the observers was a hooded figure later identified as a Thalmor representative, presumably there to confirm Ulric's death and report back to Ambassador Alanwin. The prisoners were unloaded and their names checked against Imperial records. Ulfri, still bound and now gagged to prevent use of the TH, stood stoically as he was led to the square. Local accounts suggest he showed no fear, maintaining eye contact with General Tullus throughout the proceedings. The first prisoner, a Stormcloak soldier named Lear, panicked and attempted to flee, only to be cut down by Imperial archers. The headsman prepared his axe as the first condemned rebel was forced to kneel at the block. The execution proceeded as planned, the rebel's head severed cleanly with a single stroke. As the next prisoner was called forward, reportedly the unidentified traveler caught at the border, a distant sound echoed through the mountains surrounding Helgen. Witnesses described it as unlike anything they had heard before, a roar that seemed to shake the very stones of the town's walls. To capture Ulfri before his rebellion could gain further momentum, Imperial scouts tracked Ulfri's movements for weeks, waiting for an opportunity when he would be vulnerable. That opportunity came when intelligence indicated Ulfri would be traveling to Darkwater Crossing, a small mining settlement on the border between Eastark and the Rift. Imperial forces led by General Tullus himself set an ambush near Darkwater Crossing. The trap was sprung as Ulfric and a small group of his elite guards approached the settlement. Though the Stormcloaks fought fiercely, they were outnumbered and surrounded. Ulfric, recognizing the futility of resistance, ordered his men to lay down their arms, perhaps calculating that he was more valuable to his cause alive than dead in a meaningless skirmish. The captives were bound and loaded onto prison wagons for transport to Helgen, a small Imperial-controlled town near the Cyrodiil border. General Tullus decided against returning to Solitude with his high-value prisoner, fearing that Stormcloak sympathizers might attempt a rescue during the long journey. Helgen, with its Imperial garrison and relatively isolated location, seemed a safer venue for what was planned to be a swift execution. The wagon train departed Darkwater Crossing before dawn, taking Auditus route through the mountains to avoid potential Stormcloak interception. Along the way, Imperial soldiers apprehended several other individuals near the border, including a horse thief from Rorikstead and an unidentified traveler who had apparently wandered into the ambush while crossing from Cyrodiil into Skyrim. As the wagons approached Helgen, General Tullus sent riders ahead to prepare for the executions. The headsman was summoned, a block was set up in the town square, and additional troops were positioned to maintain security. No formal trial was planned. Tullus had authority under Imperial martial law to summarily execute rebels caught in arms against the Empire. The wagons rolled into Helgen on a cool morning, greeted by a mixture of Imperial soldiers and curious locals who had heard rumors of important prisoners. Among the observers was a hooded figure later identified as a Thalmor representative, presumably there to confirm Ulric's death and report back to Ambassador Alanwin. The prisoners were unloaded and their names checked against Imperial records. Ulfri, still bound and now gagged to prevent use of the TH, stood stoically as he was led to the square. Local accounts suggest he showed no fear, maintaining eye contact with General Tullus throughout the proceedings. The first prisoner, a Stormcloak soldier named Lear, panicked and attempted to flee, only to be cut down by Imperial archers. The headsman prepared his axe as the first condemned rebel was forced to kneel at the block. The execution proceeded as planned, the rebel's head severed cleanly with a single stroke. As the next prisoner was called forward, reportedly the unidentified traveler caught at the border. A distant sound echoed through the mountains surrounding Helgen. Witnesses described it as unlike anything they had heard before, a roar that seemed to shake the very stones of the town's walls. Guards scanned the skies nervously, but seeing nothing, proceeded with the execution. The traveler was forced to the block neck positioned for the headsman's axe. It was at this precise moment that disaster struck Helgen. A massive black dragon, later identified as Alduin, the world eater of Nordic legend, descended upon the town with devastating fury. The beast's arrival threw the execution into chaos as buildings burst into flames and both soldiers and civilians ran for cover. In the confusion, Ulfric and his remaining Stormcloak companions managed to break free of their bonds. They fought their way through the burning town, navigating collapsing structures and avoiding the dragon's deadly attacks. Imperial records indicate that General Tullus ordered his men to ignore the prisoners and focus on evacuating civilians, a decision that allowed Ulfric to escape but saved numerous innocent lives. Ulfric and a small group of his men made their way to a keep on the edge of town where they discovered a network of tunnels leading away from Helgen. These passages, originally built as an emergency escape route for the garrison, provided a path to safety that bypassed Imperial forces regrouping outside the town. By nightfall, Ulfri had reached friendly territory in the rift, where sympathetic farmers provided horses for the final journey back to Windhelm. He arrived at the Palace of Kings 2 days later, his near execution and miraculous escape already transforming into legend among his supporters. Some even suggested that the dragon had been sent by Talos himself to rescue his most devoted champion, a notion that Ulfric neither confirmed nor denied. For General Tullus and the Imperial command, the disaster at Helgen represented not just a tactical failure, but a significant propaganda defeat. The story of Ulfri's escape spread throughout Skyrim, embellished with each telling, until it seemed that he had faced down both the Empire and a dragon through sheer force of will. Recruitment for the Stormcloak cause surged in the weeks following Helgen, as many Nords interpreted Ulfri's survival as a sign of divine favor. The journey from Helgen to Windhelm marked not just Ulfri's physical return to his seat of power, but the transformation of a regional dispute into a full-fledged civil war. As word of the dragon attack and Ulfri's escape spread across Skyrim's holds, the Stormcloak rebellion crystallized from a movement into a military organization with distinct visual identity, hierarchical structure, and operational methodology. Central to the Stormcloak identity was their adoption of the bear as their primary emblem. The choice was deliberate and multifaceted in its symbolism. The bear had long represented Ismark in Nordic heraldry, connecting the rebellion to its geographical heartland. More importantly, the bear embodied qualities the Stormcloak sought to project: strength, ferocity, territorial protection, and native wilderness. Unlike the Imperial dragon, a creature of myth and magic, the bear was a tangible presence in Skyrim's forests and mountains, a survivor of harsh winters and a defender of its domain against intruders. Stormcloak banners
displayed the bear's head and profile, mouth open in a threatening roar, rendered in black against a deep blue background. The blue coloration, which extended to their uniforms, was equally significant. Blue had traditionally represented the sky in Nord color symbolism, connecting the rebels to Kin, the Nord gods of storm and will of shore. Some scholars have noted that the specific shade chosen closely resembled the storm blue historically used by ancient Nord war parties, a connection that would not have been lost on more traditionally minded citizens of Skyrim. The Stormcloak uniform itself consisted of a quilted blue game sonnet worn under a sleeveless leather cuirass with matching bracers and boots. Authors supplemented this with bearskin cloak, the head of the animal formula hood that framed the wearer's face. These garments were not merely decorative, but practical. Designed for Skyrim's harsh climate and guerrilla warfare tactics frequently employed by Stormcloak forces, the quilted layers provided insulation against the cold, while leather offered adequate protection without sacrificing mobility. The materials for these uniforms came primarily from local sources, another point of pride for the movement. Eastark's abundant bear population provided pelts, while local tanneries processed leather and flax from farms in the Rift was woven into the fabric for Gambins. This localized production served both practical and propaganda purposes, demonstrating the rebellion's self-sufficiency and commitment to Nordic craftsmanship over Imperial imports. At the apex of the Stormcloak military hierarchy stood Ulfric himself, who maintained ultimate command authority, while delegating day-to-day operations to his second command, Galmer Stonefist. Galmer's relationship with Ulfri stretched back decades, having served together in the Imperial Legion during the Great War. As Ulfri's housecarl and chief lieutenant, Galmer embodied the Stormcloak ideal, a gruff, battle-hardened Nord with unwavering loyalty to both Ulfric personally and the cause of Skyrim's independence. Galmer's distinctive bearskin headdress, complete with the animal's head and teeth, became almost as recognizable a symbol as Ulfri's own crowned appearance. Where Ulfric provided the rebellion's voice and political direction, Galmer supplied its military expertise, having spent years studying Imperial tactics and developing countermeasures. His gruff demeanor and blunt speech endeared him to the rank-and-file soldiers who respected his frontline approach to leadership. Below Galmer in the command structure were the Stormcloak officers, veteran soldiers who had demonstrated both combat prowess and leadership ability. Many had previously served in the Imperial Legion, bringing valuable training and tactile knowledge to the rebellion. Each officer typically commanded a unit of 20 to 30 soldiers, and was responsible for their training, discipline, and battlefield performance. Officers were distinguished by their bearkin cloaks and superior weapons, often family heirlooms, or specially commissioned pieces from Windhelm smiths. The backbone of the Stormcloak forces consisted of common soldiers divided into specialized roles. Stormcloak soldiers formed the main infantry equipped with steel weapons and the standard blue uniform. Stormcloak skirmishers operated as scouts and light infantry, favoring bows
and to use the terrain to their advantage against numerically superior forces. The Stormcloak approach to warfare necessarily differed from Imperial methods. Lacking the Empire's resources and formal military infrastructure, Stormcloak forces relied on mobility, local knowledge, and surprise. Small units would strike Imperial supply lines or outposts before melting back into the wilderness. When forced into direct confrontation, they preferred to fight on ground of their choosing, often narrow valleys or dense forests, where Imperial numbers and cavalry provided less advantage. Maintaining this rebel army presented considerable logistical challenges. Unlike the Imperial Legion, with its established supply chains and treasury, the Stormcloaks operated with limited resources in increasingly isolated territory. Food supplies came primarily from sympathetic farms throughout the eastern holds, supplemented by hunting and foraging. Weapons and armor were sourced from Windhelm smithies, captured from Imperial forces, or donated by supporters. Funding for the rebellion flowed through several channels. Ulfri diverted a significant portion of Eastmark's tax revenue to the war effort, a decision that strained but did not break the Hold's economy. Wealthy sympathizers throughout Skyrim made contributions often channeled through intermediaries to avoid Imperial reprisals. The Shattershield and Snowshot families were particularly generous, providing both gold and material support. Additional funds came from less safe resources. Tolls collected on roads through Stormcloak territory, protection fees from merchants and seizures of Imperial property. Jorah, as Ulfri's steward, oversaw this complex financial network with remarkable efficiency. His ledgers, later recovered and studied by Imperial investigators, revealed a sophisticated system of dispersed resources, hidden caches, and rotating supply routes designed to withstand the disruption of any single component. This decentralized approach proved frustratingly resilient against Imperial efforts to starve the rebellion of resources. Communication between Stormcloak units relied on a network of couriers, signal fires, and predetermined meeting points. Written orders were avoided when possible, with messengers memorizing instructions to prevent interception. When documents proved necessary, they were often encoded, using simple substitution ciphers based on Nordic runes, not unbreakable, but sufficient to delay Imperial intelligence. For urgent battlefield communications, the Stormcloaks employed horn signals derived from ancient Nord hunting patterns, their meaning obscure to Imperial ears. The rebellion's medical infrastructure, though primitive by Imperial standards, proved surprisingly effective. Each Stormcloak unit included at least one soldier with healing knowledge, typically trained by Windhelm's resident alchemist, Norelian. or his apprentice, Quintus Navel. These field healers carried basic supplies, bandages, healing potions, picuses for burns and frostbite, and knew enough restoration magic to stabilize wounded comrades until they could reach better care. More seriously injured soldiers were transported to hidden recovery locations, often remote farmsteads or caves, converted for medical use. For all its organizational sophistication, the Stormcloak Rebellion faced significant structural weaknesses. Their supply lines stretched thin across increasingly contested territory, vulnerable to Imperial interdiction. Recruitment could not match the Empire's ability to deploy fresh legionnaires from Serdil. Most critically, the movement's dependence on Ulfri's personal leadership created a potential single point of failure that General Tullus, and to use the terrain to their advantage against numerically superior forces. The Stormcloak approach to warfare necessarily differed from Imperial methods. Lacking the Empire's resources and formal military infrastructure, Stormcloak forces relied on mobility, local knowledge, and surprise. Small units would strike Imperial supply lines or outposts before melting back into the wilderness. When forced into direct confrontation, they preferred to fight on ground of their choosing, often narrow valleys or dense forests where Imperial numbers and cavalry provided less advantage. Maintaining this rebel army presented considerable logistical challenges. Unlike the Imperial Legion with its established supply chains and treasury, the Stormcloaks operated with limited resources in increasingly isolated territory. Food supplies came primarily from sympathetic farms throughout the eastern holds, supplemented by hunting and foraging. Weapons and armor were sourced from Windhelm smithies, captured from Imperial forces, or donated by supporters. Funding for the rebellion flowed through several channels. Ulfri diverted a significant portion of Eastmark's tax revenue to the war effort, a decision that strained but did not break the hold's economy. Wealthy sympathizers throughout Skyrim made contributions often channeled through intermediaries to avoid Imperial reprisals. The Shattershield and Snowshot families were particularly generous, providing both gold and material support. Additional funds came from less safe resources. Tolls collected on roads, through Stormcloak territory, protection fees from merchants and seizures of Imperial property. Jorif, as Ulfri Steward, oversaw this complex financial network with remarkable efficiency. His ledgers, later recovered and studied by Imperial investigators, revealed a sophisticated system of dispersed resources, hidden caches, and rotating supply routes designed to withstand the disruption of any single component. This decentralized approach proved frustratingly resilient against Imperial efforts to starve the rebellion of resources. Communication between Stormcloak units relied on a network of couriers, signal fires, and predetermined meeting points. Written orders were avoided when possible, with messengers memorizing instructions to prevent interception. When documents proved necessary, they were often encoded using simple substitution ciphers based on Nordic runes, not unbreakable, but sufficient to delay Imperial intelligence. For urgent battlefield communications, the Stormcloaks employed horn signals derived from ancient Nord hunting patterns, their meaning obscure to Imperial ears. The rebellion's medical infrastructure, though primitive by Imperial standards, proved surprisingly effective. Each Stormcloak unit included at least one soldier with healing knowledge, typically trained by Windhelm's resident alchemist, Narration, or his apprentice, Quintus Navel. These field healers carried basic supplies, bandages, healing potions, picuses for burns and frostbite, and knew enough restoration magic to stabilize wounded comrades until they could reach better care. More seriously injured soldiers were transported to hidden recovery locations, often remote farmsteads or caves, converted for medical use. For all its organizational sophistication, the Stormcloak Rebellion faced significant structural weaknesses. Their supply lines stretched thin across increasingly contested territory, vulnerable to Imperial interdiction. Recruitment could not match the Empire's ability to deploy fresh legionnaires from Serdil. Most critically, the movement's dependence on Ulfri's personal leadership created a potential single point of failure that General Tullus sought repeatedly to exploit. The rebellion's greatest strength lay not in its military capacity, but in its ideological appeal. The image of the bear, the distinctive blue uniforms, the emphasis on Nordic tradition and independence. These elements combined to create a powerful identity that transcended tactical considerations. For many Nords, the Stormcloaks represented not merely a military force, but a reclamation of cultural heritage long subordinated to Imperial priorities. This symbolic dimension proved difficult for Imperial authorities to counter, as it operated on an emotional level, resistant to rational argument or material incentives. As the civil war intensified following Ulfri's escape from Helgen, the Stormcloak banner of the bear became a polarizing symbol across Skyrim. In eastern holds, it flew openly from town halls and watchtowers, a proud declaration of allegiance. In western regions, it appeared as graffiti on walls, or as small tokens carried secretly by sympathizers. To its adherents, the bear represented freedom and cultural preservation. To its opponents, dangerous rebellion and regressive tribalism. Between these competing interpretations lay the divided soul of Skyrim itself, a province torn between tradition and adaptation, independence and unity, the bear and the dragon. The journey north from Windhelm's stables reveals the city gradually, its massive stone walls emerging from swirling snow like a specter from another age. Unlike the refined architecture of Solitude or the Nordic Imperial hybrid styling of Whitetron, Windhelm stands as a testament to ancient Nord design principles. Unyielding, practical, and deliberately imposing, its weathered stones date back to the late Marthic era, making it not merely the oldest human settlement in Skyrim, but one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in all of Tamriel. Ysgramor himself oversaw Windhelm's construction after the return, establishing it as the first capital of his Nate Empire. The city's layout follows the distinctive triangular pattern favored by early Atmorans, with three main districts radiating from a central point. Original Atmoran runes still adorn many of the oldest buildings, their meanings now obscure to all but the most dedicated scholars of ancient Nord culture. The city's walls, constructed from massive stone blocks quarried from the nearby mountains, have withstood not only thousands of years of harsh weather, but numerous sieges throughout Skyrim's tumultuous history. The Palace of the Kings dominates Windhelm's skyline, its massive stone facade looming over the city's central square. Built by Ysgor as both fortress and seat of governance, the structure embodies early Nord architectural philosophy. Defense first, comfort second, aesthetics third. Its thick walls, narrow windows, and strategic positioning made it nearly impregnable in an age before advanced siege equipment, while its elevated position provided commanding views of both the city and the approach from the south. Inside, the palace maintains much of its original layout. The Great Hall, where Ulfric holds court and hosts his war council, features the same long tables and throne dais that served Isgrimor's dynasty. Massive hearths, necessary to combat Ismark's bitter cold, dominate the room's northern wall. Above them hang ancient battle
standards and trophies dating back to the Dragon War, including what purports to be the preserved skull of a dragon slain by Isgrimor himself. The authenticity of this relic has been questioned by Imperial scholars, but remains an article of faith among Windhelm citizens. The throne itself merits special attention. Carved from a single massive block of stone, reportedly brought from a Torah, the throne of Isgrimor features intricate knotwork patterns and bear motifs that have influenced Nord artistic traditions for millennia. Unlike the more ornate thrones of later Nordic rulers, Isgrimor's seat emphasizes solidity and permanence over comfort or ostentation. When Ulfric sits upon it, as contemporary accounts describe, the visual connection to Skyrim's foundational ruler is unmistakable and deliberately cultivated. Behind the Great Hall lies the War Room, a chamber that has taken on renewed significance during the Civil War. Here, a large table bears a detailed map of Skyrim, with small carved pieces representing troop positions, supply caches, and strategic targets. Galmer Stonefist typically presides over this space, poring over intelligence reports and planning operations with his officers. The walls bear older maps showing Skyrim's historical borders, notably including the reach and portions of what is now Morrowind, a subtle reinforcement of the Stormcloaks' territorial ambitions. The palace's upper floors contain private quarters for Ulfric and his inner circle, along with rooms for visiting dignitaries. These spaces show more concession to comfort than the public areas with Nord tapestries softening the stone walls and furs covering the floors. Ulfri's personal chambers are surprisingly austere for a Jarl containing little beyond a bed, weapons rack, writing desk, and small shrine to Talos. The latter kept hidden during Thalmor visits, but prominently displayed at other times. Below the palace lie extensive cellars and dungeons, some sections dating back to the original construction. These subterranean spaces serve multiple functions in the Stormcloak power structure. The prisons hold Imperial captives and suspected spies, while the deeper storerooms contain food reserves and weapon caches sufficient to withstand a prolonged siege. Secret passages known only to Ulfric and his most trusted lieutenants connect these underground areas to exits beyond the city walls, a precaution dating back to Isgrimor's time that has proven useful during the current conflict. The Palace of the Kings functions not merely as Ulfri's residence, but as the nerve center of the Stormcloak rebellion. Couriers arrive daily with reports from the front lines. Spies deliver intelligence on Imperial movements, and quartermasters coordinate the flow of supplies to Stormcloak camps across eastern Skyrim. The Great Hall transforms from ceremonial space to war room as needed, with tables pushed aside for strategy sessions or arranged for formal diplomatic receptions. For Stormcloak soldiers, being summoned to the palace represents both honor and responsibility. Veterans describe the experience of standing in Isgrimor's hall, surrounded by artifacts of Nord history, as profoundly moving. One soldier's journal, recovered from a battlefield near Whiterun, captured this sentiment. To stand where Isgrimor stood, to
swear oaths before the same throne from which he ruled. It makes our struggle part of something greater, a continuation of battles begun in the Morric era. This historical continuity represents one of Ulfri's most potent ideological weapons. By establishing his headquarters in Skyrim's oldest human settlement and conducting rebellion from the throne of its founder, he positions the Stormcloak cause not as revolution but restoration, a return to Nordic self-determination after centuries of Imperial compromise. The symbolism resonates particularly strongly with traditional Nords who see in Windhelm's ancient stones a tangible connection to their ancestral heritage. Beyond the palace walls, Windhelm itself reflects the stratified social hierarchy that has developed under Stormcloak governance. The city divides into distinct quarters, each revealing aspects of Ulfri's political philosophy and the practical realities of his rule. The Stone Quarter, where most native Nords reside, enjoys the best amenities and protection. Its buildings are well maintained, its streets regularly patrolled, and its residents given preference in matters of commerce and justice. The Grey Quarter presents a stark contrast. Originally called the Snow Quarter, this district was allocated to Dunmer refugees following the Red Mountain eruption in the early Fourth Era. Over generations, the area has deteriorated into a slum with minimal infrastructure investment and sporadic guard patrols. Buildings that once housed single Nord families now contain multiple Dunmer households, creating overcrowded conditions that exacerbate tensions between residents. Dun inhabitants describe systematic neglect by Windhelm's authorities. Complaints about crumbling masonry, frozen pipes, and inadequate heating receive delayed responses or none at all. The new Nisi's Corner Club, the quarter's primary gathering place, serves as both social center and informal governance structure, with elders like Amber's Rendar mediating disputes that city authorities ignore. Despite these challenges, the Grey Quarter maintains elements of Dunmer culture, distinctive cuisine, traditional music, and religious practices centered around ancestor worship, creating a Morrowind in miniature within Windhelm's walls. Even more marginalized than the Dunmer are Windhelm's Argonian residents, confined to the Argonian assemblage outside the city proper. This arrangement predates Ulfri's rule, but has been maintained and formalized under his governance. Argonians are prohibited from residing within the city walls, ostensibly for their protection from Nord and Dunmer prejudice, but effectively creating a segregated underclass. The assemblage consists of converted warehouses along the docks, providing minimal shelter against Eastmark's harsh climate, particularly challenging for the reptilian Argonians, whose physiology is ill-suited to extreme cold. Argonian workers form the backbone of Windhelm's maritime economy, loading and unloading ships in conditions too harsh for most Nords to tolerate. Their wages remain consistently below those paid to Nord laborers performing comparable work, with the difference justified as a residence tax for the maintenance of the assemblage. Chave, one of the few Argonians permitted limited interaction with city officials, serves as an unofficial representative for her people, though her influence remains severely constrained. This racial stratification reflects the ethnocentric underpinnings of Stormcloak ideology. While Ulfri rarely makes explicitly racist pronouncements, his policies consistently prioritize Nord interests and cultural preservation over the welfare of other races. When confronted about these disparities, Stormcloak officials typically cite security concerns or limited resources rather than acknowledging underlying biases. The result is a city where one's treatment correlates directly with racial background, a living manifestation of the sky for the Nord's sentiment expressed by Stormcloak hardliners. Not all Nords support this arrangement. The cruel sea and shatter shield families while loyal to Ulfri politically employ non-Nord workers and occasionally advocate for improved conditions in the Grey Quarter. Brunwolf Free Winter, a respected Nord veteran, openly criticizes the treatment of Dunmer and Argonians, arguing that true Nord honor requires fair treatment of all. These dissenting voices remain minority positions, however, tolerated by Ulfri as evidence of free expression but rarely translated into policy changes. The daily operations of the Stormcloak headquarters reflect both the movement's strengths and limitations. The rebellion runs on a combination of formal military structure and improvised solutions, creating an organization more flexible than the Imperial Legion, but less consistent in its execution. A typical day begins before dawn, with Galmer Stonefist reviewing overnight dispatches and adjusting strategic plans accordingly. Priority messages are brought directly to Ulfri, who typically rises early to pray at his private Talos shrine before addressing governance matters. Morning briefings take place in the war room, with Stormcloak officers reporting on troop movements, supply levels, and intelligence gathered from across Skyrim. Ulfri attends these sessions irregularly, delegating routine matters to Galmer while reserving his attention for major decisions. Maps are updated, orders drafted, and messengers dispatched to distant Stormcloak camps with fresh instructions or responses to earlier queries. By midday, the palace opens for public audiences, where citizens bring grievances directly to the Jarl. These sessions reveal the dual nature of Ulfri's position. Simultaneously, a rebel leader and a legitimate ruler with ordinary governance responsibilities, between hearing disputes over land ownership or adjudicating inheritance claims. He receives reports from scouts or meets with potential allies. This context, switching between rebellion leader and traditional Jarl, creates occasional governance gaps that Jorif, his steward, works diligently to fill. Afternoons typically see Ulfrich meeting with his inner circle: Galmer, Jorif, Iseruld, Thrice-Pierce, and occasionally Worth the Unliving, his court wizard. These sessions cover matters too sensitive for broader discussion: Thalmor movements, potential Imperial infiltrators, or negotiations with neutral isles. The palace's upper chambers, swept regularly for eavesdropping devices or magic, provide secure locations for these conversations. Evenings in the palace vary according to military necessity. During periods of active conflict, planning sessions might continue late into the night, with officers gathered around maps plotting next movements. In quieter times, Ulfri hosts traditional Nord feasts in the Great Hall, building camaraderie among his officers while reinforcing connections to Windhelm's merchant class and nobility. These gatherings serve both social and political functions, reinforcing hierarchies, rewarding loyalty, and providing opportunities for informal intelligence gathering. Throughout all these activities, the ancient stone walls of the palace provide more than physical protection. They offer historical legitimacy to the Stormcloak cause, connecting Ulfri's rebellion to the foundational moments of Nord civilization. Every oath sworn before the throne of Iskor, every strategy session conducted beneath ancient battle standards, reinforces the narrative that the Stormcloaks fight not merely against Imperial policy, but for the restoration of Nordic traditions stretching back to the Mauric era. The palace's strategic value extends beyond symbolism. Its thick walls and elevated position make it naturally defensible, while its central location in Eastark provides reasonable access to all Stormcloak-held territories. The surrounding city offers resources, manpower, and intelligence networks crucial to sustaining the rebellion. Perhaps most importantly, Windhelm Sport provides a connection to the wider world that the Empire cannot easily sever, allowing limited trade and communication even during periods of intense conflict. For Imperial strategists, Windhelm presents a formidable challenge. General Tullus reportedly considered direct assault early in the conflict, but concluded that the city could only be taken at prohibitive cost. The ancient walls, designed to withstand primitive siege weapons, remain effective against modern military techniques. Winter weather makes extended encampment around the city nearly impossible for Imperial forces accustomed to milder climates. These defensive advantages allow Ulfri to project power across eastern Skyrim while maintaining a secure base of operations. The city's citizens have adapted to their role as the heart of a rebellion. Blacksmiths like Unal wore anvil work extended hours producing weapons and armor for Stormcloak forces. Farmers in surrounding holds direct surplus crops to Windhelm storehouses rather than Imperial markets. Merchants adjust trade routes to avoid Imperial checkpoints, creating a parallel economy that sustains the rebellion despite Imperial sanctions. This economic resilience frustrates Imperial attempts to starve the rebellion of resources. The phrase Skyrim belongs to the Nords echoes through taverns and battlefields across the province, a rallying cry that distills the Stormcloak cause into 5 simple words. Behind this deceptively straightforward slogan lies a complex ideological framework rooted in Nordic cultural history, ancestral claims to territory, religious devotion, and a particular interpretation of past alliances. To understand the Stormcloak rebellion fully, one must examine the naivist philosophy that drives many of its adherents. The concept of Nordic ancestral right to Skyrim traces back to the late Marthic era and the legendary return of Iskor and his 500 companions. According to Nordic historical tradition preserved in texts like Songs of the Return, humans first discovered and settled Skyrim during the early Marthic era, establishing peaceful relations with the native snow elves. This initial settlement ended with the Night of Tears, when snow elves attacked and destroyed the human city of Sarthal, allegedly to prevent human expansion or to secure a powerful artifact buried beneath the settlement. Isgrimor's return from Atura and subsequent conquest of Skyrim forms the foundation of Nordic claims to the province. Stormcloak ideologues emphasize that this conquest established Skyrim as the ancestral homeland of the Nords through right of conquest and settlement, a claim they consider unbroken despite the various political configurations Skyrim has experienced since. The Stormcloaks frequently reference Iskor in their rhetoric, with officers reminding troops that they fight on the same soil and for the same principles as the legendary founder of Nordic civilization in Tamriel. This historical narrative deliberately minimizes several inconvenient facts. The original human settlers of Skyrim were technically admins, not Nords. The Nordic culture developed on Tamriel through a blend of ATM traditions and adaptations to their new homeland. Additionally, the narrative overlooks the presence of the Doomer and other Mer races who inhabited portions of Skyrim before, during, and after Isgrimor's conquest. These selective emphases reveal how the Stormcloaks construct a version of history that reinforces their territorial claims while minimizing competing historical narratives. Galmar Stonefist, when addressing new recruits at the Palace of Kings, typically frames Nordic ownership of Skyrim in terms of blood sacrifice, Our ancestors bled to claim this land. Their bones are mixed with its soil. Every peak and valley was purchased with Nordic blood, and no treaty signed in a distant city can change that fundamental truth. This blood and soil rhetoric resonates with many traditional Nords, particularly those from rural communities, with strong oral traditions connecting them to ancestors who fought in ancient conflicts. The Stormcloak interpretation of history extends beyond Iskor to encompass the entire sweep of Nordic civilization. They point to the glory days of the First Empire of the Nords during the early First Era, when Nordic territory extended into Hierro-Merowend and parts of Siroda. This period represents in Stormcloak historical consciousness, proof of Nordic capability for self-governance and military prowess without imperial oversight. The subsequent contraction of Nordic territory is framed not as a natural geopolitical evolution, but as territory wrongfully lost that might someday be reclaimed. This territorial maximalism rarely appears in official Stormcloak pronouncements, but emerges in tavern conversations and campfire tales among rank-and-file soldiers. Maps in Windhelm's barracks occasionally depict historical Skyrim, with borders extending well beyond the current province, particularly into the Reach and parts of Merowend, areas with significant non-Nord populations. These irredentist undercurrents worry Imperial observers, who see in them the potential for continued conflict, even if the immediate civil war were resolved. The naivist ideology extends beyond territorial claims to encompass a hierarchy of belonging within Skyrim itself. The Stormcloak worldview divides Skyrim's population into concentric circles of legitimacy. At the center are true Nords, those who can claim ancestral lineage to the original settlers and who maintain traditional Nordic cultural practices. Next come Nords, who have adopted some imperial customs but maintain fundamental loyalty to Nordic traditions. Further out are non-Nord humans who accept Nordic cultural primacy, followed by elves and beast races regardless of their cultural adaptation. This hierarchy manifests in practical policies throughout Stormcloak-held territories. In Windhelm, housing assignments, job opportunities, and legal protections correlate directly with position in this hierarchy of belonging. While rarely codified in formal law, these discriminatory practices operate
Through unofficial channels, property owners who won't rent to Dunmer, businesses that hire Nords preferentially, or guards who respond more quickly to crimes against Nord citizens. The treatment of the Dunmer in Windhelm serves as the most visible example of this naivist hierarchy in practice. Despite residing in the city for generations following the Red Mountain eruption, Dunmer residents remain confined to the Grey Quarter with limited social mobility. Stormcloak officials justify this treatment by characterizing the Dunmer as guests in Skyrim rather than rightful citizens, regardless of their length of residence. This designation as perpetual outsiders reflects the naivist principle that true belonging can only come through blood relation to the original Nordic settlers. Argonians face even more severe restrictions prohibited from residing within Windhelm's walls entirely. The justification for this policy shifts between security concerns, cultural incompatibility, and historical antagonism between Dunmer and Argonians. Regardless of the stated reason, the effect remains consistent with naivist ideology. Those furthest from Nordic ancestry receive the least consideration and protection. The dock workers' quarters outside the city walls provide minimal shelter from Eastmark's harsh climate, a physical manifestation of the Argonians' marginal status in the Stormcloak social order. Religious identity forms another crucial component of Stormcloak Nivism centered on the worship of Talos. The ban on Talos worship under the White Gold Concordat struck at a particularly sensitive aspect of Nordic cultural identity. For Nords, Talos represents not merely another deity, but the apotheosis of human potential, living proof that a man, specifically a man of Nord ancestry, could achieve godhood through strength and will. This narrative of human advancement through personal might aligns perfectly with traditional Nordic values. Stormcloak rhetoric frequently frames the Talos ban as an attack not merely on religious freedom, but on Nordic cultural identity itself. In their view, prohibiting Talos' worship constitutes an attempt to sever Nords from their cultural heritage and undermine their self-conception as a people capable of greatness. The hidden shrines to Talos maintained throughout Stormcloak territories serve both religious and political functions, spaces for forbidden worship, and symbols of resistance against cultural erasure. The religious component of Stormcloak ideology extends beyond Talos to encompass broader resistance to what they perceive as the imperializing of Nordic religious traditions. They object to the Imperial cult's sanitized versions of Nordic gods, K becoming kind. Seeing in these translations an attempt to distance Nords from their cultural roots, traditional Nordic religious practices, including animal sacrifice and funeral rites involving exposure to the elements, face increasing regulation under Imperial governance, further fueling religious nivism. The Thalmor ban on Talos worship provides the Stormcloaks with their most potent religious grievance. Ulfric and his lieutenants skillfully conflate the Thalmor's theological position with an attack on Nord cultural capability and worth. By framing the theological dispute in cultural and racial terms, they transform a complex religious question into a straightforward matter of Nordic pride and resistance against foreign denigration. The presence of Thalmor Justicars enforcing the Talos ban throughout Skyrim
particularly inflames Nivist sentiment. These Altmer agents with their distinctive black robes and openly supremacist attitudes embody foreign intrusion into Nordic cultural practices. Stories of Nord worshippers arrested, tortured, or disappeared by Thalmor agents circulate widely in Stormcloak territories, reinforcing the narrative that the Empire has abdicated its responsibility to protect Nordic cultural autonomy. Ulfri's personal experience with the Thalmor lends emotional weight to this aspect of Stormcloak ideology. His imprisonment and torture during the Great War, followed by the Empire's capitulation to Thalmor demands in the White Gold Concordat, created a powerful narrative of betrayal and resistance that resonates with many Nords. When Ulfric speaks of Thalmor oppression, he does so not as a distant political theorist, but as someone who bears both physical and psychological scars from their methods, a powerful authentication of his anti-Thalmor stance. The Stormcloak interpretation of historical Nord alliances, particularly the Ebonheart Pact of the Second Era, reveals the selective nature of their historical consciousness. The Ebonheart Pact united Nords, Dunmer, and Argonians in a defensive alliance against external threats, a historical fact that contradicts the strict nivism of current Stormcloak policy. When confronted with this contradiction, Stormcloak ideologues typically employ several rhetorical strategies to maintain their nihilist position. First, they characterize the Ebonheart Pact as a temporary military necessity rather than a true cultural alliance, emphasizing that it dissolved once external threats receded. Second, they argue that the pact operated on the understanding that each race maintained primacy in its own territory. Nords in Skyrim, Dunmer in Morrowind, Argonians in Black Marsh, rather than establishing equality across territories. Finally, they point to the subsequent history of conflict between these races, particularly Dunmer enslavement of Argonians, as evidence that natural racial separations eventually reasserted themselves. This reinterpretation of the Ebonheart Pact reveals a broader pattern in Stormcloak historical consciousness. The past is mined selectively for precedents that support current policy, while contradictory elements are minimized or recontextualized. The Pact's reality as a functional, multiracial alliance undermines the Stormcloak narrative of inevitable racial separation, requiring considerable historical revision to maintain ideological consistency. The Stormcloak approach to the Reachmen presents another example of their naivist principles in action. Despite the Reachmen's claim to be the original human inhabitants of the Reach, predating Nordic settlement, Stormcloak policy categorically rejects their territorial claims and cultural autonomy. Ulfri's brutal suppression of the forsworn rebellion during the Mararth incident exemplifies the movement's unwillingness to acknowledge competing historical narratives about Skyrim's settlement and ownership. When questioned about the Reachmen's historical presence in the region, Stormcloak officials typically dismiss their claims as irrelevant in light of Nordic conquest under Iskraore and his successors. This position reveals a fundamental principle of Stormcloak nivism. Conquest legitimizes ownership, but only when Nords are the conquerors. When others, such as the Empire, exert control through military force, different standards are applied, and appeals to prior ownership suddenly become valid. The economic dimension of Stormcloak nativism manifests in policies favoring Nordic businesses and traditional industries. In Windhelm and other Stormcloak-controlled settlements, Norddown businesses receive preferential treatment in government contracts, tax policies, and regulatory enforcement. Traditional Nordic industries, meat production, shipbuilding, hunting, and mining, receive particular support through subsidies and protective regulations. These economic policies reflect the broader naivist principle that Nordic traditions should receive special protection and promotion. The Stormcloak emphasis on self-sufficiency extends this economic nivism to international trade. Ulfri's government promotes reduced dependence on Imperial trade networks, encouraging local production of goods traditionally imported from Zero Deal. This policy serves both practical and ideological purposes, reducing vulnerability to Imperial economic pressure, while reinforcing the narrative of Nordic capability for independent prosperity. The resulting economic isolation creates hardships for many citizens, but reinforces the siege mentality that strengthens adherence to naivist principles. For ordinary citizens in Stormcloak territories, naivist ideology translates into daily realities that vary dramatically based on racial background and cultural alignment. Nord citizens who embrace traditional practices find themselves elevated, receiving preferential treatment in legal disputes, economic opportunities, and social status. Those who maintain Imperial customs or criticize Stormcloak policies face social ostracism and occasional harassment, though rarely formal punishment unless they actively support the Empire. Non-Nord residents experience the harshest effects of naivist governance. Beyond the formal restrictions faced by Dunmer and Argonians in Windhelm, subtle discrimination permeates all aspects of life in Stormcloak-held territories. Guards respond more slowly to non-Nord complaints. Judges apply different standards in cases involving Nord and non-Nord parties, and public resources are allocated disproportionately to Nord neighborhoods and businesses. These disparities, while not always codified in law, effectively create a two-tiered society based on racial background. The slogan Skyrim belongs to the Nords, thus encompasses a comprehensive worldview extending far beyond simple territorial claims. It represents a nihilist ideology that defines belonging through blood, relation to ancient Nordic settlers, adherence to traditional cultural practices, and acceptance of a social hierarchy with true Nords at its apex. This ideology provides the emotional and intellectual foundation for the Stormcloak rebellion, transforming what might otherwise be a simple political dispute into an existential struggle for cultural preservation and ethnic primacy. For supporters, this nativism offers a comforting certainty in uncertain times, a clear definition of identity and belonging in a rapidly changing world. For critics, it represents a regressive tribalism that ignores Skyrim's long history of cultural exchange and adaptation. Between these perspectives lies the complex reality of a province where ancient traditions and modern necessities collide, creating tensions that extend far beyond the immediate military conflict between Stormcloaks and Imperials. Deep within the ancient Nordic burial site of Corvund, buried with the remains of King Borgas, lay a relic of immense symbolic importance to the Stormcloak rebellion, the Jagged Crown. This artifact, fashioned from the teeth and bones of dragons slain by the earliest Nordic kings, represented more than mere regalia. It embodied the unbroken lineage of Nordic sovereignty stretching back to the Mauric era, when intelligence reports reached Windhelm, suggesting that Imperial forces had learned of the crown's location. Ulfric immediately dispatched Galmer Stonefist with a contingent of his most trusted soldiers to recover it. The urgency of this mission revealed how central such symbols had become to the Stormcloak narrative of legitimacy. In Ulfri's strategic calculations, the Jagged Crown represented a tangible connection to the ancient Nordic kings who ruled Skyrim before the Empire, a physical manifestation of his claim to be restoring rather than overthrowing the natural order. Corvund itself exemplified the architectural style of early First Era Nordic tombs, with its massive stone arches and intricate dragon motifs carved into load-bearing columns. The site had remained largely undisturbed for centuries, protected by both its remote location in the mountains between Wittren and Eastmark and the fearsome jogger that guarded its depths. These undead guardians, the preserved remains of ancient Nordic warriors, animated by unknown magic, had deterred casual explorers and treasure hunters, preserving the crown for whoever could muster the military strength to claim it. The battle for Corvund demonstrated the importance both factions placed on Nordic symbols of power. Imperial forces under Leoric arrived at nearly the same time as Galmer's Stormcloaks, resulting in a pitched battle through the tomb's narrow corridors. The fighting desecrated the ancient site, with blood spilling across ceremonial chambers and magical wards that had stood for millennia, shattered by the violence of modern warfare. For traditionalist Nords on both sides, such destruction of an ancestral site would normally be unthinkable. Yet, the crown's importance overrode such concerns. The Jagged Crown itself lived up to its legendary status. Fashioned from dragon bones and iron with teeth forming a serrated upper edge, it presented an imposing appearance that communicated raw power rather than refined majesty. Unlike the polished ceremonial crowns of Cyrodiilic emperors, the jagged crown was a warrior's headpiece, uncomfortable, intimidating, and practically indestructible. Its aesthetic embodied Nordic values: strength over beauty, durability over comfort, natural materials over precious metals. Historical records concerning the crown were fragmentary at best. The songs of the Return mention it briefly as the bone crown of Iskramor's line, while later texts from the First Era describe it as the fearsome aspect that marks the true High King. The crown disappeared from historical records after the death of King Borgus in 1369, leading many scholars to believe it had been destroyed or lost during the War of Succession that followed. Its rediscovery at Corvand confirmed what many traditionalist Nords had maintained for centuries, that the crown had been deliberately interred with Borgus to prevent it falling into unworthy hands during the succession crisis. For Ulfric, the crown represented more than historical curiosity. Nordic tradition held that possession of the jagged crown granted legitimacy to claims of high kingship, bypassing or at least strongly influencing the deliberations of the moot. By securing this symbol, Ulfri sought to strengthen his position against Elisif's competing claim, providing a tangible symbol around which traditionalist Nords could rally. The crown's recovery would
allow him to present himself not as a usurper, but as the restorer of ancient Nordic traditions of kingship. The jagged crown was merely the most prominent of many symbols and relics the Stormcloaks sought to incorporate into their claim of legitimacy. Throughout Stormcloak-controlled territories, ancient Nordic sites took on renewed political significance. Shrines that had been archaeological curiosities for generations became active centers of traditional Nordic worship. Burial mounds, particularly those rumored to contain the remains of dragon priests or legendary Nord heroes, became pilgrimage sites for Stormcloak soldiers seeking to connect their modern struggle with ancient conflict. At Ungol Barber near Windhelm, Stormcloak officers conducted ceremonies inducting new recruits, having them swear oaths on the ancient tomb of Iskramor's son. The symbolism was carefully constructed. These modern warriors pledged themselves to the same cause as their ancestors, creating an unbroken chain of Nordic resistance against outside forces. Similar ceremonies took place at Falunthur, Sarthal, and other ancient sites across eastern Skyrim, each chosen for its connection to significant figures or events in Nordic history. Dragon mounds gained particular significance as the Civil War coincided with the return of dragons to Skyrim. These burial sites where the dragons slain during the Dragon War had been interred became powerful symbols in Stormcloak rhetoric. Galmer Stonefist frequently referenced them in speeches to troops, drawing parallels between the ancient Nords who defeated the dragons and the modern Stormcloaks facing Imperial domination. Our ancestors did not bow to dragons, he would tell recruits. And we will not bow to the Empire. The Stormcloaks also appropriated more mundane symbols of Nordic culture into their political identity. Traditional foods, clothing styles, and architectural elements that had been gradually homogenizing with Imperial standards underwent a deliberate revival in Stormcloak territories. Mead halls were renovated to more closely resemble their ancient counterparts with long communal tables, replacing the individual seating that had become common under Imperial influence. Traditional Nordic attire, heavy furs, bronze accessories, and earth-tone fabrics became markers of political allegiance, visually distinguishing Stormcloak sympathizers from those who maintained Imperial fashions. Music and oral tradition played crucial roles in the symbolic reconstruction of Nordic identity. Bards in Stormcloak territories received encouragement to perform ancient Nordic ballads. particularly those celebrating victories over elves or tales of resistance against outside forces. The Age of Aggression, the Imperial favored ballad about Titus Mo's ascension, was replaced in Stormcloak Heldens by the Age of Oppression, which reframed recent history as a story of Imperial betrayal and Nordic resistance. These cultural expressions reinforce the Stormcloak narrative that their rebellion represented continuity with the past rather than disruption of the present. The symbolic dimension of the Civil War extended to language itself. Stormcloak documents and speeches deliberately incorporated archaic Nordic terms and phrasing, distancing their rhetoric from the standardized tree-lick promoted by Imperial administration. Place names reverted to older Nordic versions. Carthon became Carthgad in Stormcloak maps. Mararth was occasionally referred to by its ancient name of Enshu and Zel. While these linguistic shifts might seem superficial, they reinforced the Stormcloak positioning as defenders of authentic Nordic culture against Imperial homogenization. Beyond physical artifacts and cultural symbols, the Stormcloaks placed particular emphasis on traditional Nordic processes of governance, especially the moot. This assembly of Jarls convened to select a new High King upon the death of the previous monarch, represented one of the oldest continuous political institutions in Tamriel. Though its power had waxed and waned throughout history, the moot remained central to Nordic conceptions of legitimate authority. Ulfri's strategy regarding the moot revealed the complexity of his approach to traditional institutions. After killing Tori, he did not immediately declare himself High King, but instead called for a moot to be convened, positioning himself as a defender of traditional processes. However, he simultaneously worked to ensure that when the moot did convene, it would deliver the outcome he desired. Through a combination of military pressure, political maneuvering, and appeals to traditional values, he sought to secure the support of enough Jarls to guarantee his selection. This approach reflected a sophisticated understanding of how traditional legitimacy functioned in Nordic society. Direct seizure of the High King's throne without moot approval would have branded Ulfric a tyrant in the eyes of many Nords, regardless of their feelings about Tori or the Empire. By instead working within the framework of traditional processes, while simultaneously applying pressure to influence their outcome, Ulfri maintained the appearance of legitimacy while pursuing his revolutionary aims. The Empire, for its part, countered by preventing the moot from convening at all. General Tullus and the Imperial aligned Yields argued that with Skyrim in open rebellion, conditions were not suitable for the moot to make a free and fair decision. This delay tactic preserved Elisfa's position as Jarl of Solitude without forcing a potentially divisive vote on her claim to be High Queen. It also denied Ulfri the formal legitimacy he sought, keeping his status ambiguous. More than a Jarl, but less than a recognized High King. This impasse regarding the moot highlighted the central tension in Stormcloak ideology between revolution and tradition. Ulfri positioned himself as the defender of ancient Nordic customs against Imperial corruption, yet his own rise to power had come through violence rather than established succession. He sought validation from traditional institutions while simultaneously working to reshape those institutions to serve his purposes. This contradiction did not escape notice among more thoughtful observers in Skyrim, though few dared voice such criticisms openly in Stormcloak territories. The symbolic contest extended to the very landscape of Skyrim itself. Ancient Nordic ruins, which dot the province's mountains and forests, took on renewed political significance during the Civil War. Sites that had been largely ignored for centuries became contested spaces with both Stormcloaks and Imperials, establishing camps near major ruins, or incorporating them into defensive networks. This militarization of archaeological sites caused considerable damage to irreplaceable artifacts and architecture, a cultural cost of the conflict that went largely unremarked amid the
more immediate concerns of warfare. Word walls, ancient stone monuments inscribed with dragon language became particularly significant in Stormcloak symbolism. These artifacts, dating from the Moric era when dragons ruled over mortals, contained fragments of power that could be absorbed by those with the ability to comprehend dragon speech. While few possessed this rare talent, the walls themselves became powerful symbols of Skyrim's unique heritage, something distinctly Nordic that predated Imperial influence and connected modern Nords to their most ancient ancestors. Stormcloak patrols regularly included word wall sites on their routes, establishing small shrines nearby and performing simple ceremonies to honor the ancestors who had created them. These rituals had no historical basis. The walls were created during Dragon Rule, a time Nordic tradition portrayed as one of enslavement rather than glory, but they served the political purpose of connecting Stormcloak soldiers to an imagined past of Nordic independence and power. The symbolic weight of these ancient sites was not lost on Imperial strategists. Liadric herself, adored with deep knowledge of her culture's traditions, advised General Tullis on the importance of respecting Nordic burial practices and sacred sites whenever possible. Imperial forces were instructed to avoid damaging ancient tombs or disturbing Draugr unless military necessity demanded it. This policy aimed to counter Stormcloak propaganda, claiming that the Empire disrespected Nordic heritage and traditions. As the Civil War progressed, the contest over symbols became increasingly sophisticated on both sides. Imperial authorities began promoting alternative interpretations of Nordic traditions that emphasized historical cooperation between Skyrim and Serdil. Court historians in Solitude produced treatises tracing the benefits Skyrim had gained from Imperial membership, while Imperial-aligned bards composed new verses to traditional songs that highlighted themes of unity and mutual support rather than conquest and resistance. The Stormcloaks countered with their own cultural productions, commissioning skalds to compose epic poems celebrating Nordic resistance against the Elysian Order, the Riemann dynasty, and other historical instances of conflict with Cyrudel. These works deliberately blurred historical distinctions, presenting all external influences on Skyrim as part of a continuous pattern of attempted subjugation, that the current rebellion was merely the latest chapter in resisting. For ordinary citizens caught between these competing narratives, the symbolic dimension of the Civil War often proved more immediately relevant than military developments. A farmer might never witness a battle between Stormcloak and Imperial forces, but would daily observe changes in local governance, religious practices, and cultural expressions that reflected the broader conflict. The removal or restoration of Talos shrines, alterations to festival celebrations, and shifts in acceptable public speech created a cultural battlefield that extended far beyond military front lines. The jagged crown thus represented merely the most tangible element of a much broader contest over symbols and their meanings. Through artifacts, rituals, language, and cultural practices, both Stormcloaks and Imperials sought to construct narratives of legitimacy that would secure popular support for their cause. In this symbolic dimension of the Civil War, victory would not come through military might alone, but through successfully connecting contemporary political objectives to deeply held cultural values and historical understandings. At the outbreak of the Civil War, the Stormcloak Rebellion's territorial control centered primarily on two eastern holds, Eastmark and the Rift. These ancestral Nordic lands with their harsh climates and rugged terrain provided both the ideological heartland and strategic foundation for Ulfri's movement. Eastmark, with Windhelm as its capital, represented the rebellion's primary stronghold. The hold encompasses diverse terrain from the frozen northern coast to the volcanic tundra of the Alto geothermal region in the south. This geological diversity translated to strategic advantages that the Stormcloaks exploited effectively. The northern coastline, while brutally cold, offered vital shipping lanes that remain largely beyond Imperial naval reach, allowing limited trade with sympathetic merchants from Merrywind, Saltheim, and even distant hero ports, willing to risk Imperial sanctions for profitable exchange. The southern portion of Eastmark, dominated by hot springs and geothermal vents, provided natural resources crucial to sustaining the rebellion. The sulfur deposits near Darkwater Crossing supplied essential components for alchemical preparations, including healing picuses and fire salts used in specialized weaponry. Canis Grove's rich mineral deposits yielded high-quality ore that Windhelm smiths transformed into weapons and armor for Stormcloak forces. Fordomal stood as Eastmark's primary military installation outside Windhelm itself. Positioned strategically along the main road between Windhelm and Whitron, this ancient Nordic fortress had been retrofitted by the Stormcloaks to serve modern military needs. Its thick stone walls, originally designed to withstand attacks from Doomer and Chimmermer forces during the early First Era, proved equally effective against Imperial siege equipment. The fort's central courtyard could accommodate up to 300 troops, while its underground chambers provided secure storage for supplies and sensitive communications. The Stormcloaks modified Fordomal's defensive capabilities to address contemporary threats. Archer positions were established along the upper walls, with specialized windbreaks constructed to mitigate Eastmark's notorious crosswinds that could otherwise affect arrow trajectories. The main gate was reinforced with additional timber bracing, and a secondary escape tunnel was excavated, leading to a concealed exit half a mile from the main structure. These modifications reflected the Stormcloak military philosophy of combining traditional Nordic defensive principles with practical adaptations to modern warfare. Fordomal also served as a training center for specialized Stormcloak units. The fort's proximity to the volcanic tundra provided ideal conditions for conditioning troops to operate in extreme environments. Soldiers trained at Fordomal became particularly adept at utilizing terrain features for tactical advantage, learning to navigate through steam vents and across unstable ground that would confound less experienced forces. These specialized skills proved valuable during several engagements with Imperial forces unfamiliar with Eastmark's unique landscape. The Rift II hold, firmly under Stormcloak control at the war's outbreak, offered different strategic advantages. With its relatively mild climate and fertile soil, the Rift served as the rebellion's primary agricultural center. The abundant forests provided timber for construction and shipbuilding, while the hold's numerous lakes and rivers supported productive fisheries. These resources made the Rift essential to the Stormcloak's ability to sustain a prolonged conflict, providing food supplies that could not be easily disrupted by Imperial blockades. Ryfin, the Hold's capital, presented a stark contrast to Windhelm's martial atmosphere, where Windhelm embodied ancient Nordic military traditions. Ryfin functioned as a commercial hub with a complex network of legitimate and illicit trade. The city's strategic value to the Stormcloaks lay not in its defensive capabilities which were modest compared to Windhelm, but in its economic infrastructure and border position. The city's location near the Merowend and Cerodial borders made it a crucial waypoint for smuggling operations that circumvented Imperial trade restrictions. The Thieves' Guild, while not officially aligned with either faction in the Civil War, maintained a pragmatic relationship with Stormcloak authorities in Riffen. This arrangement allowed contraband weapons, armor, and supplies to flow into Stormcloak territories through channels the Imperial forces struggled to identify or disrupt. Early lawgivers' governance of Riffen reflected the complicated reality of Stormcloak rule in the Rift. While publicly committed to Ulfri's cause, Layla's actual control over her city remained limited, with significant influence wielded by the Blackbriar family and their criminal connections. This arrangement created a governance model distinctly different from Ulfri's direct control in Windhelm. The Stormcloaks accepted this compromise because it allowed them to maintain nominal control of the Rift while dedicating minimal military resources to the Hold's defense. Mistwatch, an ancient fort located in the eastern mountains of the Rift, exemplified how the Stormcloaks repurposed existing structures for their military needs. Originally built as a watchtower to monitor the border with Merowend, Mistwatch had fallen into disrepair during the peaceful years following the armistice. The Stormcloaks restored the fort's eastern wall and constructed new observation platforms that provided clear sightlines toward Imperial positions in the Gerald Mountains. Unlike Fort Amal, which functioned as a traditional military garrison, Mistwatch operated primarily as an intelligence-gathering outpost. Small teams of scouts rotated through the fort, conducting reconnaissance missions into Imperial territory and monitoring movement along the mountain passes. The fort's isolated position and minimal garrison made it relatively indefensible against a determined assault, but its value lay in providing early warning of Imperial troop movements rather than serving as a defensive position. The economic foundations of Stormcloak territories reflected both the strengths and limitations of their independence-focused ideology. Mining operations formed the backbone of Eastark's economy, with facilities like Golden Rock Mine and Darkwater Crossing producing ore crucial for weapon production. The Stormcloaks implemented a direct requisition system that diverted approximately 40% of all extracted ore to military purposes, leaving the remainder for civilian trade and craft. This requisition system, while effective at supplying Stormcloak forces, created tensions with mine operators and workers. To mitigate these concerns, Ulfri instituted tax exemptions for mining operations that met their requisition quotas and established a stipend system for miners' families. These policies reflected the Stormcloak recognition that maintaining economic productivity required balancing military needs with civilian livelihoods. Fishing represented another crucial industry in Stormcloak territories, particularly along Eastmark's northern coast and the Rift's lake systems. The Stormcloaks established centralized processing facilities where catches were sorted with protein-rich species directed to military commissaries and luxury fish exported to generate revenue. This system ensured that Stormcloak forces received priority access to nutrition while maintaining economic activity for fishing communities. The Argonian fishermen of Windhelm's docks found themselves in a paradoxical position under this arrangement. While facing discrimination in housing and civil rights, their expertise in deep-water fishing made them economically indispensable. The Stormcloak authorities leveraged this dependency by implementing a quad system that required Argonian fishing crews to deliver specified quantities to military stores before selling to civilian markets. This policy exemplified the pragmatic exploitation that characterized Stormcloak governance of non-Nord populations. Lumber operations throughout the Rift provided essential materials for Stormcloak military infrastructure. The dense forests yielded timber for fortifications, siege equipment, and naval vessels constructed in small shipyards along the northern coast of East Mark. The Stormcloaks implemented sustainable harvesting practices not from environmental concern but from strategic necessity. Recognizing that depleting forest resources would undermine their long-term military capabilities, Griffin's Goldenau estate, while primarily known for its honey production, served as a model for the Stormcloak approach to agricultural management. The estate operated under a semi-autonomous arrangement, maintaining its commercial contracts with meaderies throughout Skyrim while providing a percentage of its production to Stormcloak forces as taxation in kind. This approach allowed the Stormcloaks to derive resources from productive enterprises without assuming the burden of direct management. Governance in Stormcloak-held territories diverged significantly from Imperial models, reflecting both traditional Nordic practices and the exigencies of wartime administration. The most notable difference appeared in the judicial system. While Imperial territories maintained clear separation between military and civilian justice, Stormcloak areas implemented a unified system where military officers frequently presided over civilian cases. This integration of military and civilian authority had practical origins. Many settlements lacked sufficient personnel to maintain separate systems. However, it also reflected the Stormcloak ideology that viewed all Nords as potential warriors and all aspects of governance as extensions of martial responsibility. In practice, this system processed cases quickly, but often sacrificed procedural consistency for expedience, particularly when non-Nord stood accused. Taxation under Stormcloak governance reflected their pragmatic approach to resource mobilization, rather than the standardized monetary taxation favored by Imperial administration. Stormcloak territories implemented a flexible system combining currency, goods, and service obligations. Farmers might fulfill their obligations through food contributions, craftspeople through produced goods, and merchants through logistical support or currency. This adaptable approach allowed the Stormcloaks to extract maximum value from territories with limited currency circulation, while accommodating the diverse economic conditions across their holdings. It also created opportunities for negotiation between local officials and taxpayers, fostering a perception of personalized governance that contrasted with the standardized Imperial approach. However, this flexibility also introduced inconsistencies and potential favoritism that undermined perceptions of fairness, particularly among non-Nord populations. Religious policy in Stormcloak territories centered on the restoration of Talos worship, but extended beyond this single issue to encompass broader questions of Nordic spiritual traditions. Temples in Stormcloak-held cities received direct financial support from hold treasuries, a practice discontinued under Imperial governance due to concerns about religious neutrality. Traditional Nordisserary practices, including sky burials for distinguished warriors, received official encouragement after decades of decline under Imperial cultural influence. This religious revival extended to governance itself, with Isles and Stormcloak territories incorporating traditional religious ceremonies into official functions. Court proceedings began with invocations to Nordic deities. Military campaigns receive formal blessings from priests of Talos, and seasonal festivals emphasize their religious dimensions rather than the secular celebrations that had evolved under Imperial administration. These practices reinforced the Stormcloak narrative that the rebellion represented a return to authentic Nordic traditions rather than a revolutionary movement. The practical implementation of Stormcloak governance varied significantly between urban and rural areas. In cities like Windhelm and Riffin, formal administrative structures maintained many similarities to Imperial models with stewards, court wizards, and fulfilling defined roles. In smaller settlements in rural areas, governance often devolved to military officers or local elders who administered justice and collected resources with minimal oversight from hold capitals. This inconsistency reflected both the Stormcloaks' limited administrative personnel and their ideological emphasis on local autonomy. While Imperial governance emphasized standardization across territories, Stormcloak administration accepted and sometimes encouraged regional variation in how policies were implemented. This flexibility allowed local leaders to adapt governance to specific conditions, but also created disparities in how citizens experienced Stormcloak rule. The defensive infrastructure of Stormcloak territories revealed their strategic priorities and military philosophy. Beyond major installations like Fortamal and Mistwatch, the Stormcloaks established a network of smaller outposts and watchtowers throughout their holdings. These positions typically held garrisons of 5 to 15 soldiers and functioned as early warning systems rather than defensive strongpoints. The placement of these outposts reflected the Stormcloaks' intimate knowledge of Skyrim's geography. Positions were established at river crossings, mountain passes, and elevated positions with extensive sightlines, creating an interconnected surveillance network. When Imperial forces moved through Stormcloak territory, these outposts would relay information through signal fires or mounted messengers, allowing Stormcloak commanders to track enemy movements and prepare appropriate responses. This defensive approach emphasized mobility over fixed fortifications. Rather than attempting to defend all territories equally, the Stormcloaks concentrated their main forces at strategic locations while maintaining the flexibility to rapidly redeploy in response to Imperial movements. This strategy acknowledged the reality that the Stormcloaks could not match Imperial numbers in conventional engagements, but could exploit their superior knowledge of the terrain to control when and where battles occurred. The civilian experience under Stormcloak governance varied dramatically, based on several factors, with racial background being the most significant determinant. Nord citizens who demonstrated support for the rebellion enjoyed unprecedented access to local officials, preferential treatment in legal disputes, and opportunities for advancement through military service. This favored status extended to economic opportunities, with Nord-owned businesses receiving preferential consideration for government contracts and resource allocations. For non-Nord residents, particularly Dunmer and Argonians in Windhelm, Stormcloak governance meant increased restrictions and reduced protections. Housing regulations confined these populations to specific districts. Employment opportunities narrowed to undesirable sectors, and complaints of mistreatment received minimal official attention. These conditions, while not universal across all Stormcloak territories, reflected the naivest underpinnings of their ideology and its practical implementation in governance structures. The contrast between Stormcloak and Imperial governance extended to cultural policies, where Imperial administration promoted a cosmopolitan approach that incorporated elements from multiple traditions. Stormcloak territories implemented deliberate programs of Nordic cultural revival. Schools in Stormcloak holds adjusted their curricula to emphasize Nordic historical narratives. Traditional crafts received official patronage, and public spaces were redesigned to highlight Nordic aesthetic elements. This cultural program extended to language policy, with Stormcloak officials encouraging the use of traditional Nordic terminology and place names over their Imperial equivalents. Documents produced in Stormcloak territories incorporated archaic Nordic phrases and references, creating a linguistic distinction that reinforced political separation. While not amounting to a different language, these practices established a cultural boundary between Stormcloak and Imperial territories that complemented the military front lines. The first true test of Stormcloak military capability came not in a pitched battle, but through a series of coordinated raids against Imperial supply lines in the Pale during early 4E21. Under cover of a bitter snowstorm, Stormcloak units struck 3 separate Imperial caravans traveling between Solitude and Dawnstar. The attacks demonstrated the tactical approach that would come to define Stormcloak warfare: precise intelligence, exploitation of weather conditions, and intimate knowledge of terrain. Each raid followed the same pattern. Stormcloak scouts identified Imperial supply movements and relayed this information to strike teams positioned along the route. As the Imperial wagons struggled through snowdrifts, Stormcloak archers positioned on elevated terrain to eliminate outer Rididers before the main force descended on the convoy. The entire engagement typically lasted less than 15 minutes, with the Stormcloaks withdrawing into the wilderness before Imperial reinforcements could arrive. The effectiveness of these early raids convinced Jarl Skald the Elder to formally declare for Ulfrich, bringing the hold of the Pale under Stormcloak control. This strategic acquisition extended Stormcloak territory in a continuous band across northern Skyrim, from the Merowyn border to the doorstep of Hoffinger. More importantly, it secured the valuable port of Dawnstar, giving the Stormcloaks a western harbor to complement Windhelm's eastern shipping facilities. Dawnstar's incorporation into Stormcloak territory necessitated a shift in defensive strategy. Unlike the naturally defensible positions of Eastmark, the Pale featured open tundra that offered minimal cover for conventional defenses. The Stormcloaks addressed this vulnerability by establishing a network of mobile camps rather than fixed fortifications. These camps, typically housing 20 to 30 soldiers, could be established or dismantled within hours, allowing Stormcloak forces to maintain a presence across the hold without presenting fixed targets. For Imperial assault, Fort Dunstead became the exception to this mobile defense strategy. This ancient Nordic fortress, strategically positioned at the crossroads between Dawnstar, Windhelm, and Morthal, received significant Stormcloak investment. The original stone walls were reinforced with additional timber bracing, and the interior structures were modified to serve as a regional command center. A garrison of 100 soldiers maintained constant readiness, with rotating patrols securing the surrounding roadways. The fort's position made it crucial for maintaining communication between Stormcloak territories. Messages and supplies moving between Windhelm and Dawnstar passed through Fort Dunad, making its security a priority for Stormcloak leadership. Galmer Stonefist personally oversaw the defensive preparations, implementing lessons learned from his Imperial Legion service about countering siege tactics. The approaches to the fort were seeded with calrops and camouflaged pit traps. while the surrounding forest was selectively cleared to eliminate cover for approaching forces, while maintaining sufficient timber for emergency repairs. As Stormcloak territory expanded, Winterhold Hold fell under their influence with minimal resistance. The once great capital, now reduced to a shadow of its former self after the Great Collapse, offered little strategic value beyond its symbolic significance as one of Skyrim's oldest settlements. Jarl Korr's declaration for Ulfri stemmed more from personal grievances against the Empire than from military pressure, but it nevertheless extended Stormcloak control across the entire northeastern quadrant of Skyrim. The College of Winterhold maintained its traditional neutrality despite the Hold's political alignment. Archmage Savos Aaron made it clear that the college would continue to welcome scholars of all races and political affiliations, a position that created tension with Jarl Korr, but was ultimately respected by Stormcloak leadership. Ulfrich, despite his distrust of magic, recognized the practical value of maintaining cordial relations with the college, particularly given its expertise in weather manipulation magic that could prove valuable in winter campaigns. The first major conventional engagement between Stormcloak and Imperial forces occurred at Serpentstone Isle, a small island off the northern coast of Skyrim between Winterhold and Dawnstar. The site, home to one of the 13 ancient standing stones, had minimal strategic value but significant symbolic importance in Nordic culture. When Imperial scouts were observed examining the island, Stormcloak commanders interpreted this as preparation for establishing a forward base that could threaten shipping between their northern ports. The Battle of Serpentstone Isle revealed both the strengths and limitations of Stormcloak military doctrine. A force of 60 Stormcloaks, transported by fishing vessels requisitioned from Winterhold, landed on the island before dawn to find a similar-sized Imperial detachment establishing preliminary fortifications. The Stormcloaks attacked immediately, seeking to leverage surprise and aggressive tactics to overcome the disciplined Imperial formation. The initial assault broke the Imperial perimeter, forcing the Legionnaires to fall back to higher ground near the standing stone itself. There, the superior training of the Imperial forces became evident as they formed a defensive shield wall that repelled successive Stormcloak charges. The battle settled into a stalemate that lasted until mid-afternoon when a sudden squall reduced visibility to mere feet. In these conditions, the Stormcloak's familiarity with northern coastal weather provided a decisive advantage. While the Imperial forces maintained their defensive formation, Stormcloak units split into small teams of 3 to 5 warriors who infiltrated the Imperial position from multiple angles. The disciplined Imperial formation, so effective in conventional engagement, became a liability in the low-visibility environment where individual combat skills determined survival. By nightfall, the Imperial force had been defeated with 37 dead and the remainder taken prisoner. Stormcloak losses numbered 22 dead and 15 wounded. The victory, while modest in scale, provided a significant morale boost to the rebellion and demonstrated that under favorable conditions, Stormcloak forces could defeat Imperial units in direct engagement. The captured Legionnaires were transported to Windhelm, where they joined growing numbers of prisoners held in the Palace of King's Dungeons. Serpentstone Isle was subsequently transformed into a permanent Stormcloak outpost. A wooden palisade was constructed around the standing stone, and a garrison of 20 soldiers maintained constant vigilance against Imperial naval activity. Signal fires positioned on the island's highest point could be seen from both Winterhold and Dawnstar, providing early warning of Imperial maritime movements along the northern coast. The Imperial response to these early Stormcloak successes came in the form of increased pressure on Whiterun Hold. Though Jarl Baldur the Greater maintained his neutrality, the strategic importance of his territory was obvious to both factions. Whiterun's central location and agricultural productivity made it the keystone of any successful campaign to control Skyrim. General Tullus reinforced Imperial garrisons at the western edge of the hold, while Ulfrich positioned forces along its eastern borders. This military buildup created a precarious situation for Whiterun citizens. Trade caravans faced increasing scrutiny from both factions, with merchants often forced to pay informal tolls to pass through checkpoints. Farms near the borders reported supplies being requisitioned by military units, sometimes with payment and sometimes without. Baldur responded by strengthening Whiter City Guard and fortifying outlying settlements like Rurikstead, but these measures offered limited protection against the gathering storm. The strategic impasse broke when intelligence reached Windhelm, suggesting that Baldur was preparing to formally accept Imperial protection. Whether this information was accurate or planted by Imperial agents remains disputed, but Ulfri's response was decisive. He dispatched his personal emissary to Whiterun with an ultimatum: declare for the Stormcloaks or face invasion. When Baldur rejected these terms, the stage was set for the largest battle of the Civil War to date. The battle for Whiterun represented a significant escalation in the conflict's scale and intensity. Previous engagements had involved at most a few hundred combatants. Whiterun would see over 1,000 warriors clash in a conventional siege operation. For the Stormcloaks, this marked a transition from guerrilla tactics to traditional warfare, a test of their ability to conduct large-scale military operations. Preparations for the assault began weeks before the actual attack. Stormcloak quartermasters established forward supply caches in caves and abandoned mines throughout eastern Whiterun Hold. Siege equipment, including battering rams and crude catapults, was constructed in sections at workshops in Windhelm and transported west for final assembly. Training camps in Eastark ran new recruits through intensive drills focused on wall-scaling techniques and urban combat. The Imperial response was equally methodical. Reinforcements from Solitude strengthened Whiterun's garrison, while engineers reinforced the city's already formidable walls. Baldur ordered the evacuation of outlying farms, bringing the civilian population within the city walls and ensuring that the Stormcloaks would find no supplies or shelter in the surrounding countryside. Whiterun smiths worked around the clock, producing arrows, swords, and armor for the city's defenders. The battle began with a Stormcloak advance from the east. Their force, numbering approximately 600 warriors, divided into 3 assault groups. Rather than establishing a complete encirclement, which would have stretched their numbers too thin, the Stormcloaks concentrated on the city's eastern approach. This decision reflected both tactical necessity and symbolic intent. The eastern gate faced toward Windhelm, making it the traditional entrance used by travelers from Stormcloak territories. The initial Stormcloak advance met determined resistance from Imperial archers positioned on Whiterun's walls. Using the elevated terrain of the city's foundation to maximum advantage, these marksmen inflicted significant casualties on the approaching force. Stormcloak shields designed more for individual combat than formation defense provided inadequate protection against the concentrated arrow fire from elevated positions. Calmer Stonefist, commanding the assault from a position near Pelagia Farm, adjusted tactics in response to these losses. The Stormcloaks deployed their limited catapults to target the sections of wall with the heaviest concentration of archers. Though inaccurate by Imperial standards, these engines created enough disruption to allow Stormcloak infantry to approach the walls with bearable losses. As night fell, the Stormcloaks withdrew to prepared positions beyond arrow range, a movement the Imperial defenders initially interpreted as retreat. This assessment proved premature when 2 hours after midnight, Stormcloak forces resumed their advance under cover of darkness. This night assault caught many defenders during shift changes, reducing the effectiveness of the initial response. The Stormcloaks concentrated their night attack on the drawbridge, protecting Witron's main gate. Teams of warriors, carrying specially prepared shields with metal reinforcement, pushed through arrow fire to reach the mechanism. Once there, they used axis and pry bars to damage the chains and gears controlling the bridge. By dawn, the drawbridge was permanently lowered, eliminating one of the city's primary defensive features. This success came at heavy cost. Nearly 80 Stormcloaks fell during the night assault, with dozens more wounded severely enough to remove them from combat. The defenders suffered lighter casualties but lost a critical defensive element. With the drawbridge fixed in the lowered position, the main gate became vulnerable to direct assault. The second day of battle focused on this vulnerability. Stormcloak forces brought forward a massive battering ram, its head fashioned from an ancient tree trunk capped with iron plating. Teams of 20 warriors at a time operated this weapon, rotating frequently as defenders poured arrows and occasional firebombs onto the exposed position. Progress was slow but relentless, with the gate's ancient wood beginning to splinter by midday. Inside the city, Baldur ordered barricades constructed in the streets leading from the main gate, converting each neighborhood into a defensible position. Civilians were relocated to Dragon's Reach and the Temple of Karath, while every able-bodied resident was armed and assigned to a defensive position. These preparations transformed Witron from a city into a series of nested fortresses, each requiring separate assault, even if the main gate fell. The Stormcloak breakthrough came late in the afternoon when a section of the main gate collapsed under repeated ram impacts. Stormcloak warriors poured through the opening only to face a prepared defensive line at the first barricade. The narrow streets negated the Stormcloak's numerical advantage, allowing a small number of defenders to hold each position effectively. Fighting through these barricaded streets continued through the night, with the Stormcloaks gaining ground at heavy cost. By dawn of the third day, they had secured the Plains District, but faced fresh resistance at the stairs leading to the Wind District. Exhaustion affected both sides, with warriors having fought continuously for nearly 48 hours. Water and food supplies dwindled, while the wounded overwhelmed the capacity of healers on both sides. The battle's decisive moment came not from tactical maneuvering, but from political calculation. As Stormcloak forces prepared to assault the Wind District, a messenger from Baldur approached under flag of truce. The Jarl, recognizing that continued resistance would result in massive civilian casualties for minimal strategic gain, offered to surrender the city on condition that non-combatants would be spared and allowed to leave if they wished. Galmer Stonefist, acting on prior instructions from Ulfri, accepted these terms. By midday, the fighting had ceased, and Witron passed into Stormcloak control. Imperial forces and officials were permitted to withdraw to solitude, while Baldur and his household departed for exile. Vigner Greymane, a Stormcloak sympathizer from one of Witrin's oldest families, was installed as the new Jarl. The capture of Witrin represented the high watermark of Stormcloak military success. The victory secured central Skyrim, created a continuous band of Stormcloak territory from Winterhold to Falkree, and demonstrated their capability for conventional warfare. However, it also revealed limitations that would ultimately undermine their campaign. The most significant problem exposed at Whiterun was the Stormcloaks' high casualty rate. They lost nearly 200 warriors killed and an equal number wounded, representing almost half their committed force. These losses included many experienced veterans who could not be easily replaced, while new recruits continued to join the cause, inspired by the victory. They lacked the training and experience of those lost in the fighting. The Whiterun campaign also strained Stormcloak logistics to their breaking point. The siege consumed massive quantities of supplies from food and arrows to medical materials. Replenishing these stocks required diverting resources from other fronts, creating vulnerabilities that Imperial forces would soon exploit. The Stormcloak Quartermaster Corps, designed for supporting mobile guerrilla operations, struggled to adapt to the demands of conventional warfare and occupation duties. Following the battle for Witrin, Stormcloak military strategy evolved to address these limitations. Rather than pursuing additional large-scale engagements, they returned to asymmetric warfare focused on disrupting Imperial supply lines in isolated garrisons. Darkshade, a cave system near the border between Eastdark and Witrinhold, was converted into a forward operating base for these operations. Its concealed location and multiple exits made it ideal for launching raids against Imperial targets while remaining difficult to assault directly. Stormcloak forces, operating from Darkshade, specialized in lightning attacks against Imperial patrols and supply caravans. A typical operation involved 20 to 30 warriors moving at night to prepared ambush positions along roads connecting Imperial-held territories. After striking their targets, these units would separate into smaller groups of 3 to 5, following different routes back to Darkshade or other hidden camps. This dispersal technique made effective pursuit nearly impossible, as Imperial forces would need to split their numbers too thinly to track each group. The Stormcloaks combined these tactical innovations with a sophisticated understanding of Skyrim seasonal patterns. During winter months, they concentrated operations in the southern holds, where milder conditions favored their lighter equipment and superior cold weather training. When spring thaws made northern mountain passes navigable, they shifted focus to disrupting Imperial movements between Solitude and Moral. This seasonal adaptation maximized their effectiveness while conserving limited resources. The courtyard of Dragon's Reach fell silent as Jarl Baldur, the greater paced along the great wooden table, his weathered hands clasped behind his back. The Stormcloak emissary stood stiffly at attention, waiting for the Wild's response to Ulfri's ultimatum. Unlike many holds, where allegiances had been quickly declared, Witrin had maintained a precarious neutrality throughout the opening months of the Civil War. This position stemmed not from indecision, but from Balgraf's calculated assessment of what best served his people. Whitron stands on its own. Balgraf had repeatedly told both Imperial and Stormcloak representatives. This stance reflected both pragmatism and principle. The Jarl harbored genuine concerns about the White Gold Concordat and its restrictions on Talos worship, but equally distrusted Ulfri's methods and motives. Balgrup's position exemplified the complex reality faced by politically neutral powers throughout Skyrim. As a traditional Nord who valued his heritage, he sympathized with many Stormcloak grievances. Yet, as a ruler responsible for Whitetron's prosperity, he recognized the economic benefits of Imperial trade networks. This tension between cultural identity and practical governance characterized many of the relationships between the Stormcloaks and Skyrim's neutral factions. The Jarl's eventual decision to side with the Empire came only when forced by Ulfri's ultimatum, a choice made to protect his city rather than from ideological alignment. This reluctant allegiance typified how many neutral parties viewed the conflict as an unwelcome disruption, forcing impossible choices between competing loyalties. Similar dynamics played out in the College of Winterhold, where Archmage Savos Aaron navigated treacherous political waters. Despite Winterhold Hold declaring for the Stormcloaks under Jarl Kor, the college maintained strict neutrality, continuing to admit students of all races and political affiliations. This position created constant tension with local Stormcloak authorities who viewed the institution with suspicion bordering on hostility. The college's neutrality stemmed from both practical necessity and philosophical principle. As an institution dependent on knowledge, exchange with magical organizations throughout Tamriel, it could not afford to alienate the Imperial aligned Synod or College of Whispers. More fundamentally, the college's dedication to magical scholarship transcended political boundaries, with many faculty viewing provincial conflicts as petty distractions from more profound arcane mysteries. Jarl Kor's relationship with the college revealed the limitations of Stormcloak influence over nominally allied institutions. Though he frequently complained about those mages and their disregard for proper Nord values, his authority stopped at the college bridge. Attempts to impose restrictions on non-Nord students or research into un-Nordic magical practices met with polite but firm rejection from college leadership. This standoff created a peculiar situation where an island of cosmopolitan scholarship existed within staunchly Stormcloak territory. Imperial-aligned mages traveled freely to and from the college, sometimes passing Stormcloak patrols on the narrow road to Winterhold. Both sides maintained an uneasy truce regarding college affairs, recognizing that forcing the issue would create more problems than it solved. The Stormcloak's relationship with the companions of Jawazar presented different challenges as Witron's ancient warrior guild, with roots stretching back to Iskramor himself. The companions represented a potential powerful ally for the Stormcloak cause. Their martial prowess and cultural significance made them natural ideological partners for a movement centered on Nordic tradition and independence. Yet the companions steadfastly refused formal alignment with either faction. Kodlak White, their harbinger until his death in 4E 201, maintained that the companions served Skyrim itself, not any political faction claiming to represent it. This position reflected the organization's ancient charter, which established them as defenders of the people rather than servants of any ruler. Beneath this principled neutrality lay complex internal divisions. Some companions, like the brothers Vilkas and Farkas, privately expressed sympathy for aspects of the Stormcloak cause, particularly its emphasis on Nord traditions and resistance to outside interference. Others, including Aya the Huntress, viewed the conflict as a distraction from the companions' core mission of testing strength and hunting dangerous beasts. Following the Stormcloak capture of Whiterun, these tensions intensified. Vigner Greymane, installed as Jarl after Balgrup's exile, had family connections to the companions and expected their support for his administration. The companions responded by withdrawing even further from political matters, focusing on contracts that took their members away from Witron and the uncomfortable questions of allegiance that remained there. This studied neutrality frustrated Stormcloak leadership, who recognized the symbolic value the companion support would bring. Galmer Stonefist reportedly developed several plans to pressure the warrior guild into formal alliance, including preferential treatment for contracts benefiting the Stormcloak cause, and subtle obstacles to those that did not. Ulfrich, however, overruled these approaches, recognizing that forced allegiance from the companions would undermine the very Nordic traditions his movement claimed to protect. The Stormcloak's relationship with Skyrim's merchant class revealed similar complications. Trade caravans and commercial enterprises initially attempted to maintain neutrality, seeking profit from both sides of the conflict. As the war progressed, however, maintaining this balance became increasingly difficult as control of major trade routes shifted, and both factions implemented policies favoring allied businesses. The East Empire Company, headquartered in Solitude with operations throughout Skyrim, represented the most significant Imperial-aligned commercial entity. The company's extensive shipping network and warehousing facilities made it crucial to Imperial logistics, transporting supplies from Surdil to Legion outposts across western Skyrim. This role made the company a primary target for Stormcloak disruption, with raids on warehouses and ambushes of company caravans becoming increasingly common as the conflict intensified. Smaller merchant operations faced difficult choices as territorial control shifted. The Kajiat trading caravans, already viewed with suspicion by many Nords, found themselves increasingly unwelcome in Stormcloak-held territories. Restrictions on their movements, ostensibly for security purposes, forced many caravans to limit their routes to Imperial-controlled holds, further isolating Stormcloak territories from certain goods and creating economic hardship for settlements dependent on this trade. Nord-owned businesses in major cities face similar pressures from both sides. In Whiterun, the Battlelorn and Greymane families exemplified how commercial interests became entangled with political allegiances. The Battlebarn's support for the Empire secured them favorable contracts with Imperial forces, but made them targets for harassment after the Stormcloak takeover. Conversely, the Greymane Stormcloak sympathies positioned them advantageously after Vignar's installation as Jarl, but had previously cost them business with Imperial-aligned customers. Perhaps the most complex relationship existed between the Stormcloaks and the Thalmor, characterized by layers of hostility, manipulation, and strategic calculation. Contrary to Imperial propaganda suggesting Thalmor support for the rebellion, the actual relationship was one of mutual antagonism overlaid with Thalmor attempts to exploit the conflict for their own purposes. Thalmor documents recovered from their embassy near Solitude revealed their true assessment of Ulfric and his movement. One dossier classified Ulfric as an uncooperative asset who had been psychologically manipulated during his imprisonment after the Great War, but had since escaped direct control. The document explicitly stated that direct Thalmor aid to the Stormcloaks was to be avoided, as a clear Stormcloak victory would be contrary to Almeri Dominion interests. Instead, Thalmor's strategy focused on prolonging the conflict, weakening both sides while preventing either from achieving decisive victory. Their agents worked to exacerbate tensions between Imperials and Stormcloaks, spreading misinformation and occasionally staging provocations designed to escalate hostilities. Thalmor Justicars deliberately conducted their most aggressive Talos worship suppression in areas with strong Stormcloak sympathies, knowing such actions would inflame anti-Imperial sentiment. For their part, the Stormcloaks maintained uncompromising hostility toward the Thalmor. Ulfri's personal experience of Thalmor torture during the Great War left him with both physical scars and a deep-seated hatred that permeated Stormcloak policy. Captured Thalmor agents received particularly harsh treatment in Stormcloak territories, with some reports suggesting summary execution rather than prisoner exchange. This mutual antagonism makes Imperial claims of Thalmor Stormcloak collaboration particularly ironic. While the Thalmor certainly benefited from the Civil War's drain on Imperial resources, they viewed an independent Skyrim under Ulfri as potentially more problematic than a weakened but intact empire. An independent Skyrim would likely become a haven for Talos worship and Nordic traditions antithetical Thalmor religious policies, while potentially inspiring similar independence movements in Hierro or Hammerfell. The Stormcloaks' relationship with the Forsworn of the Reach represented another missed opportunity for alliance based on shared opposition to Imperial rule. On paper, both groups sought self-determination against Imperial authority and resented outside governance of their ancestral lands. In practice, their interaction was characterized by mutual hostility rooted in historical grievances and incompatible objectives. The roots of this antagonism lay in the Markarth incident of 4E76, when Ulfri led Nord militia forces to reclaim the city from Reachman control. The brutality of this operation, with widespread civilian casualties and summary executions of Reachman leaders, created an unbridgeable divide between the two resistance movements. Forsworn leaders viewed Ulfrich not as a potential ally against Imperial rule, but as a genocidal oppressor whose Nordic chauvinism made him more dangerous to their people than distant Imperial administrators. From the Stormcloak perspective, the Forsworn represented illegitimate insurgents whose claim to the Reach contradicted the fundamental Stormcloak position that Skyrim belonged to the Nords. Accepting Reachman's sovereignty over any portion of Skyrim would undermine the historical narrative of Nordic territorial rights that justified their own rebellion. This ideological incompatibility prevented any serious consideration of alliance despite their shared enemy. The practical consequences of this mutual hostility manifested in a three-way conflict across the Reach. Imperial forces controlled Markarth and major roads. Stormcloak units operated from hidden camps in the eastern mountains, and Forsworn bands dominated the remote western highlands and ancient Dwemer ruins. This fragmentation created a particularly dangerous environment for civilians who risked attack from multiple hostile factions when traveling between settlements. Occasional attempts by pragmatic leaders on both sides to explore common ground invariably collapsed under the weight of historical grievances. One Forsworn leader, whose name was struck from Stormcloak records after his execution, reportedly approached Galmar Stonefist with a proposal for coordinated attacks against Imperial positions around Mararth. The offer was rejected with contempt, with Galmar allegedly stating that trading one set of elven lovers for another would gain the Stormcloaks nothing. The Stormcloaks' relationship with Skyrim's giant population revealed similar cultural blindness. These ancient inhabitants who had dwelt in Skyrim since before human settlement maintained complex migratory patterns across territories claimed by both Imperial and Stormcloak forces. Traditional Nord culture included established protocols for interacting with giant camps, with most holds maintaining unwritten agreements about territorial boundaries and limited trade. The Civil War disrupted these. Traditional arrangements as military necessity took precedence over cultural accommodation. Stormcloak forces occasionally appropriated giant grazing lands for military encampments or training grounds, while food shortages led to increased poaching of mammoth herds. These encroachments triggered retaliatory attacks from giants, creating security problems in areas already strained by conflict. Despite these tensions, neither the Stormcloaks nor the Empire developed coherent policies regarding giant populations. Both sides treated violent incidents as localized security matters rather than diplomatic issues, requiring negotiation. This approach reflected a shared blind spot in both factions' worldview. Neither fully recognized non-human populations as legitimate stakeholders in Skyrim's future, despite their ancestral presence predating both Nordic and Imperial claims. The Stormcloaks' most problematic relationship was perhaps with Skyrim's Dundar population, particularly the refugee community in Windhelm. These elves, who had fled Merowyn following the Red Mountain eruption, occupied an uncomfortable position within Stormcloak territory, tolerated for their economic contribution, but systematically marginalized through housing restrictions, limited employment opportunities, and occasional harassment. The Grey Court of Windhelm embodied this troubled relationship. Originally known as the Snow Quarter, this district had deteriorated into a slum under policies that restricted Dundar property ownership and limited infrastructure investment. Stormcloak guards patrolled the area, infrequently, responding slowly to Dundar complaints while acting quickly against any perceived infractions by non-Nord residents. This treatment created a reservoir of resentment that Imperial intelligence services actively exploited. Imperial agents operating in Windhelm recruited informants from the Dundar community, establishing an information network that provided valuable intelligence on Stormcloak troop movements and supply arrangements. The effectiveness of this network was enhanced by Stormcloak authorities' tendency to overlook Dundar activities, considering them politically irrelevant. Not all interactions between the Stormcloaks and other factions were characterized by tension or hostility. Certain mercenary companies, particularly those with prominent Nord membership, maintained profitable relationships with Stormcloak commanders. These arrangements typically involved deniable operations in disputed territories, actions that required military expertise, but needed to remain officially separate from recognized Stormcloak forces. The Soulblood family of Arath exemplified the complex positioning of opportunistic factions during the Civil War. While officially supporting the Empire that controlled their city, the family maintained back-channel communications with Stormcloak leaders, positioning themselves to benefit, regardless of the conflict's outcome. Their ownership of Sin and Mine, the primary silver source in the Reach, made them valuable to both sides, allowing a degree of independence unusual for civilians in contested territories. As the Civil War progressed, these relationships with neutral and potentially allied factions became increasingly important to Stormcloak's strategic calculations. With their military resources stretched thin across expanding territories, the Stormcloaks needed to secure at minimum the neutrality of powerful factions like the Companions and the College of Winterhold. Even if active alliance proved unattainable, this necessity forced moderation of some of the more extreme nihilist positions within Stormcloak ranks. While the movement's core ideology remained centered on Nordic primacy, practical governance required accommodations with non-Nord populations and institutions that controlled essential resources or occupied strategically valuable positions. These compromises created tensions within the movement, with hardliners like Galmer Stonefist occasionally clashing with pragmatists who recognized the necessity of broader alliances. The relationship between the Stormcloaks and the newly emerged Dawnguard demonstrated this pragmatic approach. When vampire attacks increased across Skyrim in 4E201, the reformed vampire hunters established their headquarters in Fort Dawnguard, located in Stormcloak-controlled Rift. Rather than attempting to assert authority over this independent military organization, Stormcloak leadership offered limited support while respecting their operational autonomy. This arrangement benefited both parties. The Dawnguard received tacit permission to operate freely across Stormcloak territories, while Stormcloak forces gained valuable intelligence on vampire movements that might threaten their own positions. The relationship remained strictly transactional, with neither side seeking deeper alliance, but it demonstrated the Stormcloak's capacity for pragmatic cooperation when circumstances demanded. Beyond Ulfrey Stormcloak's imposing figure, a cadre of skilled commanders and warriors formed the backbone of the rebellion. Chief among these was Galmer Stonefist, whose bare-kinned headdress and gruff demeanor had become nearly as recognizable as Ulfrey's crown. Born in Windhelm during the early Fourth Era, Galmer came from a family with deep military traditions stretching back generations. His father had served as a housecarl to Ulfrey's father, establishing a connection between the families that would define Galmer's life trajectory. Unlike many Nord warriors who relied primarily on brute strength, Galmer combined physical prowess with keen tactical insight. His experience in the Imperial Legion during the Great War had exposed him to sophisticated military doctrines that he later adapted to suit the Stormcloak's more limited resources. Where Imperial commanders might deploy standardized formations across open terrain, Galmer specialized in asymmetric engagements that maximized Nord combat strengths while mitigating their organizational weaknesses. In the Palace of Kings, Galmer occupied a unique position as both military commander and personal confidant to Ulfrich. Their relationship transcended professional boundaries, with Galmer often serving as the only person who could speak bluntly to Ulfrich without consequence. When the Wyal's idealism threatened to override practical considerations, Galmer provided grounding in military realities. Conversely, when Galmer's aggressive instincts pushed for immediate action, Ulfrich often counseled strategic patience. This balance extended to their public roles, where Ulfric excelled at inspirational oratory that kindled Nordic pride. Galmer specialized in the practical aspects of transforming that inspiration into military effectiveness. New recruits might join after hearing Ulfri speak of Nordic heritage and Imperial betrayal, but it was under Galmer's harsh training regimens that they became actual soldiers. His training fields outside Windhelm became notorious for their difficulty, with some recruits describing 3 days under Galmer's instruction as more grueling than a month of Imperial basic training. Serving beneath Galmer was Iserold Thrice Pierced, whose name derived from surviving 3 seemingly fatal wounds during the Great War. Tall, even by Nord standards, with a distinctive facial scar that pulled his right eye into a permanent squint, Iserold specialized in cold weather operations that exploited Skyrim's harsh winter conditions. His units, trained specifically for night maneuvers during blizzards, developing techniques for maintaining unit cohesion in conditions that would render Imperial forces immobile. Iserold's background differed significantly from many Stormcloak officers. Born to a family of shipbuilders in Dawnstar, he had initially apprenticed in the family trade before the Great War drew him into military service. This civilian experience gave him unusual insight into logistical matters, particularly regarding naval transportation along Skyrim's northern coast. The small fleet of fishing vessels and merchant ships that maintained supply lines between Windhelm and Dawnstar operated largely under Iserold's supervision, their captains reporting directly to him rather than through standard military channels. In battle, Iserold favored two-handed weapons, typically wielding a massive steel battle axe that lesser warriors could barely lift. His combat style emphasized overwhelming offensive pressure, seeking to break enemy formations through sheer intimidation before physical contact even occurred. This approach proved particularly effective against Imperial recruits from southern provinces who often broke ranks when faced with charging Nord berserkers, but less successful against veteran legionnaires trained to maintain formation under pressure. Hornscar Head Smasher represented a different aspect of Stormcloak leadership, where Galmer embodied strategic thinking and Iserold specialized in environmental adaptation. H. Jornsar exemplified the raw combat prowess that formed the foundation of Nordic martial culture. His epithet derived from a documented incident during the Rarth incident, where he reportedly killed 3 4-1 warriors by smashing their heads together with his bare hands. Physically, H. Jornscar was the embodiment of Nordic warrior ideals, standing nearly 7 feet tall, with arms thick as tree trunks and a chest covered in battle scars. His face, perpetually set in a scowl beneath a helmet adorned with goat horns, struck fear into opponents and inspired confidence among Stormcloak ranks. Unlike most officers who carried standard-issue weapons, Jornsar wielded a unique warhammer crafted specifically for his immense strength. Its head fashioned from a solid block of steel, rather than the hollow construction typical of mass-produced weapons. Jornsar's tactical responsibilities focused on siege operations and frontal assaults against fortified positions. His units received specialized training in wall-scaling techniques, battering ram operations, and the close-quarters combat that followed breaching actions. During the battle for Whiterun, H. Jornsar personally led the final assault on the sea gate, positioning himself at the front of the battering ram team. Despite the extreme danger from defender fire, these commanders represented merely the highest echelon of a diverse officer corps that drew from various backgrounds and motivations. Gar Oathgiver, who supervised recruitment in the Rift, had joined the Stormcloaks after Thalmor Justicars executed his brother for Talos worship. Kadir Cho, who commanded naval operations from Windhelm's harbor, had previously captained merchant vessels before Imperial trade restrictions destroyed his livelihood. Former Benator earned his name after rescuing his unit standard during a skirmish near Morel, continuing to fight despite receiving wounds that left his shield arm permanently damaged. Behind these officers stood thousands of ordinary Stormcloak soldiers, whose motivations for joining the rebellion varied widely. Religious freedom consistently ranked among the most common reasons cited by recruits. A smith from Keenest Grove described his decision. "My family has honored Talos for generations. My grandfather fought in the Legion under Talos' banner. To be told I must abandon the god who founded the very empire, demanding his worship be stopped. It makes no sense." For many rural Nords, economic grievances intertwined with religious concerns. Imperial taxation policies, designed for the more monetized economy of Cyrode deal, often functioned poorly in Skyrim's rural regions, where barter remained common and seasonal variations in productivity created cash flow challenges. A farmer from Iverstead explained, "The Empire demands septums in winter when we have crops in storage but no coins. Their collectors don't care that we'll have money after spring trading. They want payment now, or they take our livestock." These economic pressures intensified after the Great War as the Empire diverted resources to rebuilding Cyrodiil's devastated infrastructure. Many Nords perceived this as favoritism toward the Imperial heartland at Skyrim's expense. Road maintenance declined. Imperial garrisons reduced their purchases from local suppliers, and subsidies for frontier settlements facing giant or bandit threats diminished. These changes affected daily life in tangible ways that recruitment officers emphasized when speaking with potential volunteers. For younger Nords, particularly those from smaller settlements, the Stormcloaks offered opportunities for advancement unavailable in civilian life. Imperial bureaucracy favored educated Cyrodiils for administrative positions, while traditional Nord social structures limited mobility for those not born into prominent families. The Stormcloak military hierarchy, by contrast, promoted based primarily on combat prowess and loyalty, allowing talented warriors from humble backgrounds to rise quickly through the ranks. A distinctive feature of Stormcloak forces was the equal integration of women as frontline combatants. Unlike the Imperial Legion, which typically assigned female soldiers to support roles or specialized archer units, the Stormcloaks made no gender distinctions in combat assignments. This policy reflected long-standing Nordic cultural traditions that recognized female warriors from the ancient shield maidens of Angel's time to the modern companions, where women, like Ayla the Huntress, served with Ayla the Huntress distinction. Lila Ice exemplified this equality in practice. Rising from common soldier to command a unit of 50 warriors within 2 years, she earned her nickname for her unnervingly calm gaze during battle. Specializing in ambush tactics, her squad developed techniques for using Skyrim's heavy snowfall to conceal positions, creating snow trenches that hid warriors until Imperial patrols passed nearby. Her innovative tactics resulted in her unit claiming the highest ratio of enemy casualties to own losses among comparable Stormcloak formations. Another notable female commander, H. Geordie's strong heart, specialized in recruitment and training rather than field operations. A former priestess of Talos from Rurikstead, she joined the Stormcloaks after being forced to flee her village following a Thalmor raid on her shrine. Her background in religious instruction translated effectively to inspirational leadership, with her training cohorts consistently showing higher morale and lower desertion rates than average. Her methods emphasized the spiritual dimensions of the conflict, framing military service as a form of devotion to both Talos and ancestral Nordic traditions. At the rank and file level, female Stormcloak soldiers faced the same hardships and dangers as their male counterparts. Ingrid Stonearm, a soldier who fought at Corvin, described the experience: the cold, the hunger, the fear. They don't care if you're a man or woman. Neither do the Imperials when they're shooting arrows at you. We all bleed the same, fight the same, die the same. If it comes to that, this gender integration extended to specialized roles, typically gender, segregated in other military organizations. Female smiths, like Hermir Strongheart in Windhelm, produced weapons and armor alongside male counterparts, while combat healers of both genders served at the front lines. This practical equality represented one of the few areas where Stormcloak social practices proved more progressive than Imperial norms, though it applied almost exclusively to Nord women rather than extending to other races. Beyond the military hierarchy, a network of civilian supporters provided essential services to the rebellion. Blacksmiths across eastern Skyrim diverted portions of their production to Stormcloak forces, often at reduced prices or as direct contributions to the cause. Warway Anvil in Windhelm coordinated this network, developing standardized designs that could be produced by smiths with varying skill levels while maintaining minimum quality standards for battlefield use. Innkeepers throughout Stormcloak territories served as information gatherers and safe haven providers. Establishments like Candlehearth Hall in Windhelm and Braidwood Inn in Keenest Grove maintained rooms reserved for Stormcloak couriers and agents, while their proprietors collected gossip from travelers that might contain valuable intelligence. Elder Early Dawn, the notoriously gruff proprietor of Candlehearth Hall, reportedly maintained a detailed ledger of suspicious visitors that she regularly shared with Stormcloak intelligence officers. Farmers and hunters in rural areas provided both supplies and operational support. Isolated farmsteads served as waypoints for Stormcloak patrols, offering shelter, food, and local information without the documentation that would accompany official military outposts. Hunters familiar with remote mountain trails guided Stormcloak units through territories unmarked on standard maps, enabling movements that bypassed Imperial observation posts and patrols. Among the most valuable civilian supporters were the merchants who maintained supply chains despite Imperial trade restrictions. Riven Sadri, despite facing discrimination as a Dunmer in Windhelm, operated a complex smuggling network that brought essential alchemical ingredients from Morrowind. His motivations appeared primarily financial rather than ideological, but his services proved invaluable for supplying healing potions to Stormcloak field units. The Grey main family of Whitron exemplified how civilian support networks operated in contested or Imperial-held territories. Before Whitron fell to Stormcloak forces, Aaron Greymine used his position at the Skyforge to divert metal supplies to Stormcloak allied smiths, while his wife Freya gathered intelligence on Imperial troop movements through her market stall. Their son, Avelstein, operated a safe house for Stormcloak sympathizers fleeing Imperial attention, maintaining a hidden room beneath their family home where fugitives could shelter until extraction to Stormcloak territory could be arranged. These civilian supporters faced significant risks, particularly in Imperial-controlled regions. Discovery could result in property confiscation, imprisonment, or execution for treason depending on the nature of their support. To minimize these risks, Stormcloak intelligence officers developed elaborate compartmentalization systems, ensuring that most supporters knew only their immediate contacts rather than understanding the full network in which they operated. Torsten Krull, Southie farm owner near Windhelm, demonstrated how economic leverage could be converted to rebellion support without direct military involvement. By adjusting his crop selection to favor hardy varieties needed for field rations, he ensured that Stormcloak quartermasters had reliable food supplies without requiring military resources for farm protection. Similarly, his shipping business prioritized vessels carrying materials needed for Stormcloak equipment production, creating a supply chain resilience that Imperial trade restrictions struggled to disrupt. The rebellion also drew support from unexpected quarters. Some Reachmen, despite the historical antagonism following the Mararth incident, provided assistance to Stormcloak operations targeting Imperial mining operations. This cooperation stemmed not from ideological alignment, but from the pragmatic calculation that Imperial authority represented the more immediate threat to their interests. These arrangements remained strictly transactional, with both sides maintaining their broader mutual hostility while collaborating on specific operations. Even within Imperial-aligned holds, the Stormcloaks maintain support networks of varying effectiveness. In Solitude itself, heart of Imperial power in Skyrim, a small cell of Stormcloak sympathizers operated from the Winking Skever Inn, gathering information on Legion troop movements and occasionally facilitating the escape of prisoners from Castle Dare. These urban operatives typically maintained respectable public personas, merchants, craftspeople, or minor officials, while conducting their rebellion support activities with extreme discretion. The diversity of Stormcloak supporters reflected the movement's complex appeal across different segments of Nordic society. While Imperial propaganda portrayed the rebellion as a movement of uneducated rural malcontents, actual Stormcloak sympathizers included wealthy merchants, skilled craftspeople, educated priests, and even former Imperial officials disillusioned with post-Connaught policies. This broad social base provided the rebellion with resources and expertise that allowed it to function as a legitimate alternative government rather than merely a military insurgency. For many ordinary Nords, supporting the Stormcloaks represented not just political alignment, but an expression of cultural identity during a period of perceived threat to traditional ways of life. A farmer might donate food to Stormcloak patrols, not primarily from opposition to specific Imperial policies, but from a general sense that the rebellion represented true Nord values in contrast to increasingly foreign, influenced Imperial governance. This cultural dimension gave the rebellion resilience beyond its military capabilities as support persisted even in areas where Stormcloak forces suffered tactical defeats. The true strength of the Stormcloak rebellion thus lay not merely in its fighting forces, but in this broader network of supporters who provided the material, informationational, and cultural foundation upon which military operations depended, from blacksmiths forging weapons to innkeepers gathering intelligence, from farmers supplying food to merchants maintaining supply chains. These civilian supporters transformed what might otherwise have been a doomed uprising into a sustainable challenge to Imperial authority. In the tapestry of the rebellion, these less visible threads proved as essential as the more prominent warriors who carried the bare banner into battle. As the smoke cleared from battlefields across Skyrim's 9 holds, the province faced an uncertain future shaped by the blood spilled in its ancient valleys and mountains. The Stormcloak rebellion, regardless of its ultimate military outcome, had permanently altered the political and cultural landscape of the North. Like a stone cast into still water, its ripples would continue to spread far beyond Skyrim's borders, potentially reshaping the geopolitical balance of all Tamriel. The Civil War presented 2 distinct possible conclusions: an Imperial victory that restored nominal unity to the Empire, or a Stormcloak triumph that established Skyrim as an independent kingdom under Ulfri's rule. Each outcome carried profound implications, not just for Skyrim's internal politics, but for the broader power dynamics between the Empire and the Almeri Dominion. An Imperial victory would preserve the Empire's territorial integrity, maintaining the buffer of a united human realm against potential Dominion expansion. General Tullis and his strategists understood that keeping Skyrim within the Imperial fold was less about tax revenue or resources and more about maintaining a critical northern flank in the inevitable second conflict with Thalmor. Skyrim's mountains provided natural defenses that would require significant Dominion resources to overcome, resources that would otherwise be directed towards Cyrodiil or Hammerfell. Yet even an Imperial military triumph would not erase the underlying tensions that sparked the rebellion. The grievances around Tal's worship, Nordic cultural autonomy and economic self-determination would remain merely driven underground rather than openly expressed. Imperial governors would face the challenge of rebuilding trust with a population that had witnessed Imperial troops battling Nordic warriors across their homeland. This reconciliation would require significant political skill, likely including compromises on religious enforcement and greater autonomy for local governance. The execution or imprisonment of Ulfric would create a martyr figure potentially more dangerous in death than in life. Imperial authorities understood this risk, with Leotri reportedly advising General Tullis that harsh treatment of defeated Stormcloak leaders would only sow seeds for future rebellion. The most prudent approach would involve a delicate balance of justice for clear war crimes, while offering amnesty to rank-and-file Stormcloaks who laid down their weapons. A Stormcloak victory would reshape the map of Tamriel, creating an independent Nordic kingdom for the first time since the Second Era. This outcome would immediately raise questions about the viability of the Empire itself. If its most martially capable province could successfully secede, what would prevent Heorot or the remains of Black Marsh from following suit? The psychological impact of losing Skyrim might prove more damaging than the material loss, suggesting that the Empire lacked the strength to maintain its remaining territories. For Skyrim itself, independence would bring both opportunities and challenges. Free from Imperial taxation and trade restrictions, Nordic industries might experience initial growth, particularly in traditionally strong sectors like mining, shipbuilding, and mercenary services. The restoration of Open Talos worship would satisfy the religious grievances that had fueled much of the rebellion's popular support. However, independence would also mean isolation. Imperial trade networks that had connected Skyrim's markets to goods from across Tamriel would be disrupted, leading to shortages of specialized products and luxury items. The withdrawal of Imperial garrisons would place the full burden of defense on Nordic forces, stretching resources thin across the province's extensive borders. Most critically, an independent Skyrim would face the Almeri Dominion without the buffer of Imperial diplomatic and military protection. This vulnerability to Thalmor aggression represented the most significant risk of Stormcloak victory. Despite Ulfri's martial prowess and the fighting spirit of Nordic warriors, Skyrim alone lacked the population and resources to withstand a determined Dominion invasion. The Thalmor, with their superior magical capabilities and extensive intelligence networks, could potentially isolate Skyrim diplomatically before launching military operations from multiple directions. Some Stormcloak strategists argued that Skyrim's mountainous terrain would provide natural defenses against invasion, pointing to the historical difficulty of conquering the province. While geographically sound, this assessment overlooked the Dominion's capacity for magical warfare, including weather manipulation and mass teleportation that could bypass traditional defensive positions. The ancient Nordic fortresses that had repelled conventional armies might prove vulnerable to advanced Almari battle magic. Ulfrich and his advisors were not blind to these risks. Documents recovered from the Palace of Kings revealed contingency plans for post-independence defense arrangements, including potential alliances with Hammerfell, Hierarch splinter states, and even overtures to distant Morrowind. These plans demonstrated a recognition that independence would require new security frameworks to replace Imperial protection. The most intriguing of these documents outlined a proposal for a northern alliance comprising Skyrim, Hammerfell, and sympathetic Hierarch kingdoms, creating a coalition of human realms capable of mutual defense against Dominion aggression. While strategically sound, such an alliance would require overcoming centuries of regional rivalries and competing interests. A diplomatic challenge, perhaps more daunting than the military victory required for independence. The prospect of a second Great War loomed large in these calculations. Military analysts across Tamriel agreed that renewed conflict between the Empire and Dominion was inevitable, with the White Gold Concordat representing merely a temporary cessation of hostilities rather than a lasting peace. The only questions were when hostilities would resume and what the balance of power would be when they did. A Stormcloak victory might accelerate this timeline. The Dominion, perceiving weakness in the fracturing Empire, might choose to launch operations while their adversary was divided. Alternatively, an independent Skyrim openly practicing Talos's worship would provide a direct religious provocation that the Thalmor might feel compelled to address militarily, triggering conflict even before they had fully prepared for a broader campaign. In this scenario, Skyrim would likely become an early battleground in the Second Great War, with Dominion forces attempting to secure the province before turning attention to Cyrodiil. The Nords, whatever their martial prowess, would face the full might of Almari military power without Imperial reinforcement. The outcome would depend largely on whether Ulfri could secure foreign allies quickly enough to supplement Nordic defenses. Beyond these geopolitical considerations, the rebellion's legacy would be felt most immediately in Skyrim's cultural and social fabric. The Civil War had forced every Nord to choose sides, dividing families and communities along political lines. These wounds would not heal quickly, regardless of which faction ultimately prevailed. Towns where neighbors had fought on opposite sides would face particular challenges in rebuilding community bonds and trust. The rebellion had also crystallized questions of Nordic identity that had previously remained implicit. What did it mean to be a true Nord in the Fourth Era? Was Nordic identity primarily defined by bloodline, cultural practices, religious observance, or political allegiance? The Stormcloak movement had offered one set of answers to these questions, emphasizing traditional practices, Tal worship, and resistance to outside influence. But many Nords who opposed the rebellion had done so not from lack of Nordic pride, but from different conceptions of how that identity should express itself in a changing world. This ideological division would persist long after the military conflict ended. In mee halls and around hearth fires, Nords lords would continue debating whether true Nordic values were better served by independent self-determination or participation in the broader Imperial community. These conversations would shape how the next generation understood their heritage and identity, potentially influencing Skyrim's political direction for decades to come. The rebellion's impact on non-Nord populations in Skyrim presented another complex legacy. In Windhelm particularly, the treatment of Dunmer and Argonian residents had highlighted the ethnic exclusivity underlying aspects of Stormcloak ideology. An Imperial victory might bring improved conditions for these minorities, while a Stormcloak triumph could potentially entrench discriminatory practices unless Ulfrich moderated his policies after securing power. Some observers noted that the necessities of governance might force such moderation regardless of Ulfri's personal inclinations. An independent Skyrim would need trade relationships with neighboring provinces, including Morrowind, creating diplomatic pressure to improve treatment of Dunmer residents. The practical requirements of maintaining Windhelm sport would similarly demand some accommodation with the Argonian dock workers, whose labor kept commerce flowing. The rebellion's religious dimensions ensured that its legacy would be felt in Skyrim's spiritual life for generations. The conflict had transformed Talos worship from a widely practiced but increasingly private devotion to a defining political statement. Shrines to Talos had become not merely places of worship but symbols of resistance against perceived imperial capitulation to Almeri religious dictates. This politicization of religion would not easily fade even if open to worship were restored. The experience of suppression and the bloodshed in defense of religious freedom would infuse Nordic religious practice with a militant quality previously expressed primarily in historical accounts rather than contemporary worship. Priests of Talos would enjoy enhanced status as spiritual leaders who had maintained the faith during persecution, potentially increasing the religion's influence on political matters. Perhaps most significantly, the Stormcloak Rebellion had occurred simultaneously with the return of dragons to Skyrim, led by Alduin, the World Eater of Nordic legend. This confluence of events struck many Nords as more than coincidental, suggesting cosmic significance to the political struggles unfolding across the province. Ancient Nordic prophecies spoke of the World Eater waking during a time of strife and civil war, leading many traditional Nords to see the rebellion as part of a predestined pattern leading towards some greater cosmic resolution. The appearance of a dragon-born figure during this same period further reinforced these prophetic interpretations. In Nordic tradition, dragonborns had historically served as bridges between human and divine, often emerging during periods of great crisis to restore balance. The last widely acknowledged dragonborn had been Tiber Septim himself, who later ascended to godhood as Talos, the very deity whose worship stood at the center of the rebellion. Some Stormcloak theologians interpreted these connections as divine validation of their cause, arguing that Talos had arranged for both the Dragonborn's appearance and Alduin's return to coincide with the struggle for Nordic independence. In this reading, the rebellion represented not merely a political movement, but a crucial element in a cosmic drama involving gods, dragons, and the fate of the world itself. Imperial scholars dismissed such interpretations as superstitious opportunism, pointing out that correlation did not imply causation or divine endorsement. Yet even skeptical observers acknowledged the powerful psychological impact these concurrent events had on the Nordic population. were people steeped in traditions that viewed history as cyclical rather than linear. The echoes between ancient dragon conflicts and present political struggles carried profound meaning. The rebellion's place in this broader tapestry of prophecy and cosmic events remains debated among scholars of Nordic culture. What seems clear, however, is that future generations of Nords would remember the Civil War not as an isolated political conflict, but as one component of a momentous era when dragons darkened Skyrim skies. A dragonborn walked the land, and the province's relationship with the Empire was fundamentally reconsidered. As the dust settled on Skyrim's battlefields, the province faced the daunting task of reconstruction. Farms had been burned, villages destroyed, and infrastructure damaged throughout the contested territories. Beyond the physical rebuilding lay the more challenging work of mending the social and political fabric torn by years of conflict. Whether under Imperial or Stormcloak governance, Skyrim would need to forge a new consensus about its future direction and identity. The legacy of the Stormcloak rebellion thus extended far beyond the immediate question of who ruled in Solitude or Windhelm. It had forced a province-wide conversation about fundamental questions of identity, governance, religion, and international relations. It had brought ancient Nordic traditions into conflict with imperial cosmopolitanism, traditional religion into tension with diplomatic necessity, and local autonomy into opposition with the benefits of broader association. These questions
would not be resolved simply by military victory on either side. They would continue to shape Nordic society for generations, influencing everything from trade policies to religious practices, from treatment of minorities to relationships with neighboring provinces. The rebellion had opened debates that would continue long after the last sword was sheathed and the last battle standards stored away. In the final accounting, perhaps the most significant legacy of the Stormcloak Rebellion was not its immediate political outcome, but its demonstration that the seemingly solid structures of imperial governance could be challenged. Whether one viewed this as a dangerous precedent or an inspiring example depended on perspective, but the fact remained that Ulfric and his followers had forced the Empire to defend its legitimacy through force of arms, rather than assuming the continued consent of the governed. This precedent would echo beyond Skyrim's borders, potentially inspiring similar movements in other provinces, where local identities and interests chafed against imperial policies. The rebellion had shown that the Empire's hold on its constituent territories was neither divinely ordained nor militarily unassailable. A revelation with implications that would reverberate across Tamriel for decades to come, reshaping the continent's political landscape in ways that even Ulfric Stormcloak himself might never have imagined.